welcome to the southern tip of the African continent, to stunning Cape Town and the Cape Peninsula. It's the second Sunday in March, and for the last 46 years, this has been the scene, getting increasingly bigger by number, but the popularity of this event is quite extraordinary. It is the 2024 edition of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Welcome to our coverage wherever you are in the world, watching our live streaming. For the next 5 hours, we get to bring you the drama and the thrill and excitement of the racing, and we get to tell you a few stories about how it all unfolds out there on the route, 109 kilometers. Hello and welcome to our studio, which is not far from the finish line here. Alongside me, a man who's been on the podium regularly here, Harbier Kruger, but he's sitting alongside us here. Harbier, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, morning, Gerald. Thanks for being here.
I know you've sacrificed a little bit of a race because you could have been riding, but you're not quite in the condition you'd like to be in.
Yeah, not at the moment. I had a bit of a small back surgery last year in August, so still on the mend and recovering a bit, but I'm happy to be tackling the event from a different angle this year.
Wonderful to have you, and you might have caught a glimpse there of our other guest and commentator. It is Cherise Willate, who is, a veteran of 23 cycle tours, a winner 5 times. And, for the first time for a number of years, is sitting remotely in Knysna. Cherise, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's amazing to be here. And, not missing the nerves this morning, but definitely missing the vibe of the Cape Town Cycle Tour this morning.
Well, we'll be hearing from Cherise and Harbier as this race unfolds, and we are down at the start line. Now, this race has evolved over the years from the classic 109, 105, this year 109 kilometers. And this year there are 3 distances being raced. The 109 classic with 22,000 riders in that. And then we've got the 78 kilometer women's race and the 42 kilometer shorter fun ride, which starts later on this morning. This is down at the start of the women's and under 17s, which is where we are now. The youngsters and the women starting down at Shook and Harbier. The women's race, the split, let's just get that perspective, because you do have a close, we'll declare your loyalties at the moment. Catherine Collade is your partner. She's riding down there. The view on that start, they prefer that now?
Definitely. I think it's changed the race dynamic from previous years where they started with the men. And it also makes it a lot more fairer to the ladies. I mean, the group has been growing over the years. It's getting more competitive. So it's awesome to see that they separated their start and they can have like a fair race amongst themselves, which is awesome.
And the under 17s have been given their own start batch down there as well, the next generation of youngsters. And it was wonderful to have a big field of youngsters racing there as well, and a big field of women, minus 5 riders who are at the African Games, same as in the men's field. So there is going to be a new winner this year, because the defending champion is not here, Kim Lecourt. Cherise is not here. So it is an open race.
It's definitely an open race, so it's going to be super exciting to keep an eye out on the ladies. There's a bigger team, Cycle Nation, who's obviously going to be looked at to sort of play their cards, because I think they might have the numbers as well in the bunch. So, but it puts a lot of pressure on them, and it makes the race open for some privateers.
And this is down at the original start, the 109 kilometers start, which is where the elite men and some 56 other batches will be rolling away from the start over the next 3 hours. Initially 5-minute gaps and then 3-minute gaps as the morning progresses on their journey around this beautiful peninsula. Some 26,000 riders have entered across the 3 different events this year from all over the world. It has an unbelievable attraction for people, and one can see why. It's a beautiful morning here in Cape Town at the moment. You won't see it quite yet, but coming into Cape Town this morning, clear skies overhead. A slight word of warning, there is a bit of a breeze going on there, isn't there?
Yeah, I saw that noticing coming in from Paul this morning as well, which will definitely stir things up in the pro peloton, in the men's and the ladies field. Hopefully the back markers get the wind when it dies down a little bit, because it can get quite nasty.
Well, this is the under 17s. I think they're probably going to, well, they're due to start in 4 minutes' time, but they may be delaying it a little bit. I'm not sure due to the light still, but the tension on that start line. How old were you when you did your first?
I think my first one I did when I was 20 years old.
So
yeah,
a
I was
relatively mature rider.
relatively, yes, yeah. So originally from Pretoria, so I always watched it on TV,
Yeah.
wishing, man, I wanted to be on the start line, but it is quite nerve-wracking.
Well, there some of the elite teams, Realty Dynamics, they'll have a few cars to play. Their man Henry Feldness won the Herald earlier this year, and he's shown some good form. Tiens van der Bank is their senior statesman, of course, and always keen to get in the mix. But yeah, whenever we get to the start line of these events and you talk about who's going to win, well, there are nearly 200 riders in that bunch of elite riders there. Yes, there are a number who perhaps can be consigned to the support riders and those who won't win, but it's a real lottery.
It's a real lottery. I mean, it's in very few events on the South African calendar. We start on the start line and there's about 200 guys next to you. So that can get quite overwhelming, especially the first 10 kilometers. It's quite you really need to be on your wits because anything can happen. There's normally one or two moments where the nerves are boiling and the guys sort of bump each other, not on purpose, obviously, but it does tend to happen. So you really need to stay focused and watch the wheel in front of you and be situated in the right position in the bunch.
Right, Cherise, watching from Neisner as we go down to the start here. I've asked Javier and got the perspective from Catherine through Javier about the start. You've won it from this position before. And clearly the women love racing this distance on their own, their own race.
For sure. I mean, it's an amazing opportunity to actually race by themselves, to have their own tactics involved. Um, and it's fast. You know, the women's racing, it's so fast, it's so aggressive at the moment. With a shorter distance, it just means so many more attacks going, and the attacks are going left, right, and center the entire time. So it's fantastic. It's fantastic. I'm looking forward to a great day of racing. A total number of 85 women on the start line today. So it's going to be a fantastic race.
We've just illustrated how difficult it is to pick a winner here, but then that's all we do. Is the start of the race, who's going to win? And we can only but look absolute geniuses, but mostly fools, because we'll probably get it wrong. But the women's race, Cherise, where do who your major contenders? Let's put it that way.
I'm going to go a little bit outside the box today. I think very predictable. Vera Lusa, Carla Weber also, they're going to be your main contenders. But I am going to go for Shannara Grove today. She has been in absolute fantastic form over the last few months. She's lost a lot of weight. She really impressed me at national champs. And I'm going to pick her for my winner today.
Yes, she was third at the national championships recently. Carla Weber also won that. And Tiffany Keep is a rider who's she loves this event. She puts her head in front early on and gets in the breaks quite often, but is yet to win this. Could this be her year?
I do definitely think so. I mean, Carla is going to absolutely bomb it up the climbs. She needs to get away on the climbs. She can't afford for it to come back to a sprint. But she also, once again, in absolutely amazing form. I think she's the only rider that has a very big team today. So definitely also a very big possibility for Carla to go over the line first.
Javier, how's Catherine Calan going to win this race today?
Well, she needs to ride the race according to his friends. So if someone like Carla goes, that will be a good wheel to follow for her. She doesn't have the best sprint, so she really needs to sort of ride smart if she wants to get a good result, I think. And stick to her strengths, which is climbing, obviously. So I think the only way is riding away solo or going with a small group and get a bit of a gap towards the finish.
Right, well, that is all going to unfold very shortly, and we're down at the start of the short race there, which is due to start first, ahead of the main elites here. We'll talk about those. Who's going to win the elite men's race? Well, again, it's all open. We've got Nolan Hoffman, who's won it 4 times purportedly riding for the last time. Mayor of Cape Town, Mr. Neil Lewis, addressing the riders. The Premier is alongside him, Mr. Alan Windy, Premier of the Western Cape, who looks as though he's going to be riding once again.
Yeah, that's awesome to see.
Doesn't miss the opportunity. Race director Mr. David Belair's alongside there. Who wants that job? Putting on, one of the biggest sporting events in the country every year. It is quite extraordinary, this event. The city has become accustomed to hosting it, and the people of Cape Town are incredible the way they allow the riders and then welcome the riders. As the day progresses, they rise and step out their doors and onto the streets to welcome the riders to the streets and through the streets of Cape Town around the peninsula. 109 kilometers. What I mean, when you stand on that start line there, what's going through your mind? Are you playing out the race? Are you trying to be calm? What's happening in your?
The most important thing is to try and stay as calm as possible, Gerald. I mean, so many things can happen in a race, and you do have your plan beforehand as to what your strategy is tackling the event. But, 7 times out of 10 that changes in the race because there's 5 other teams who has a different strategy, and each team wants their strategy to play out in their way. So it's all about staying calm, staying focused on what you need to do, and sort of focus on your goal and staying safe as well. As I mentioned earlier, the first 20k is quite hectic and it's quite nerve-wracking, and everybody's still fresh. So there's a lot of bargy bumping and scuffing around. So you really need to stay focused the first 20 kilometers.
Slightly smaller bunch, Charisse, in the women's race, but still pretty hectic. You're keeping a track on who's where and who's who and so on. You want to stay at the front.
You do want to stay at the front, but you don't want to be too far in the front. So it's really important your bunch positioning to make sure you have the right wheels, and to also make sure that you don't spend too much energy in the beginning of the race. So you have to be conservative, but then also make sure that you don't get in trouble. So it's quite a tricky, but
We seem to have lost Charisse there briefly. I think, Charisse, we can see you here, but we not hearing you quite clearly. But there's also that unknown factor of the unknown rider. Someone pops up and does something extraordinary, attacks off the front early on, and everyone looking around and think, who is this and what is he going to do?
Yes, no, that happens, and we've seen it happen more often than not in the last couple of years. I mean, last year, Chris Jooste surprised us out of a breakaway. I mean, he's known for his breakaway capabilities and being able to get or sneak away from the bunch. But in the past, it's been very few times where a breakaway actually stuck. And the year before, when it was raining, I found myself in the breakaway with a couple of guys, and we stuck away as well. So there's always sort of this unknown, but it never helps sort of playing too many situations down in your head.
You've got to be alive to what's happening out there on the road and react accordingly.
100%. And that's also why important where the team factor comes in, because we have a team like Team Honeycomb with Mark. He's Scottish soldiers that need to actually stick to their strategy and represent in the breakaway so that they're not put under pressure being in a position where they need to chase later on. So, as a privateer, it's a bit more difficult controlling those type of things, but coming in with a strong team, you can feel a bit more relaxed because you don't need to cover all those moves.
Team Honeycomb Pro Cycling have 10 riders in their lineup here. Chris Jooste is back with his small team, a new team, the RKC Collective. Chris Jooste, Kent Main, Ron Deploy, and Keelan Root. That's where the name comes from, the R and the K and the C. And they're trying to make things happen. He's back to try and defend the title here.
Yes, they were also racing Twitter Cup earlier this week. Ken definitely looked on great form, so as well as Ryan. They've been getting quite good results up in Joburg with the East Side Crits. I see that's been happening up there. And they've been on a podium in 1 or 2 of the classics early on in this year. So they're definitely someone to keep in contention for the finish.
Team Mad Max, headed by one of the elder statesmen of cycling in this country, one of those few cyclists in this country who've ridden all 3 Grand Tours and most of the monuments. Jaco Venter there. He's 37, but he's showing some good form.
In 37, and Jaco's still going strong.
Yeah.
I mean, I did 4 days of the Twitter Cup earlier this week, and he really looked in good shape. So he's actually one of my favorites to definitely be on the podium this year. And he's got a teammate as well, Sasha Weber, who's also on the start line, who's actually also finished on the podium, surprisingly. So they've got the firepower behind them to support a rider like Jaco.
Was he in the break last year, Sasha, or the year before?
The year before, yeah.
Yes, the German rider, yeah. And he and Jaco riding the Cape Epic later on this year. They were Charlie Moufolet, Nadalo, Francois Hoffman, and Alex Hewitt in that Mad Max team. But we are at the start. I'm looking down here now at the main start down here in the center of Cape Town. And we're just awaiting the start of the under-17s and the men in the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Table Mountain starting to emerge, the profile of that glorious side of Table Mountain, and on the left of your picture, the women's race. What's going through your mind there, Charisse?
A little bit of FOMO, I'm not going to lie.
Can't blame you.
But yeah, the nerves, just feeling the nerves for these riders. You know, this Cape Town Cycle Tour, it's such a spectacular event. I remember doing my first one when I was 9 years old. Back in that day, we were actually allowed to do it that young. Being there with my family, my grandparents, my uncle, my aunts, everyone. And it's just, it brings everyone together. For one day, you have 26,000 people doing the same thing that you love. And isn't it just amazing? Isn't it just fantastic to see all of these people come together for a sport that we have in common? I think it's phenomenal.
It is. It's you know, it must be said that the Cape Town Cycle Tour has been instrumental in getting so many people into the sport. And some of them only do pitch up here once a year, and this is it. But they are cyclists. They've done the Cape Town Cycle Tour, and it is very much part of the fabric of South African sport here and South African society, social society. You talk about it, you ask, what was your time? How many have you done? And there are countless who've done dozens and dozens of these events. As I said, Charisse has done 23, starting at the age of 9. And there will be riders out there. There are a number of under 13s taking on the challenge this year. And the 42 kilometer obviously gives those who have ambitions of riding the longer distance an opportunity to cut their teeth on that, get a feel, and then join the big one in years to come.
Oh, Gerald, doing this Cape Town Cycle Tour is almost like getting your license to call yourself a cyclist, basically. That's what it's about.
It is. Yeah.
And, I mean, there's few events in the country where you're able to start on the start line and do a race with full road closure.
The anthems, as we hear the anthems from the start in Cape Town. This is the under 17, the youngsters heading off on their short journey. And they'll start just ahead of the women. Lead women and
first attack already going.
Yep, straight up the road. The young boy deciding that I'm going to put my name in lights, and he's been watched very
Harbia,
carefully.
you're so right for saying that it is kind of the rite of passage. So we had to laugh. We were sitting at a restaurant in Stellenbosch with Peter Sagan, and we told the waitress that we cyclists, and she looked at him and she said, "Oh, have you done the Cape Town Cycle Tour?" And he said, "No." And she goes, "You're not really a big cyclist, are you?"
Yeah, that is classic.
All other rides pale into insignificance around the Cape Town Cycle Tour. And we have that in South Africa, don't we? If you're a runner, if you haven't done Comrades, you're not a runner, sort of thing. But, yep, the cycle tour defines you as a cyclist in some ways, which is wonderful. And really is a gathering of a massive family of people with a common interest and a love and a passion for this sport. Some doing it like this, racing as hard as they possibly can. And must be said that it's a small portion who will be racing it as hard as they possibly can. The vast majority are out there getting a wonderful experience of the Cape Peninsula at its very best. These two have opened a little bit of a gap. They have on the bunch of 17-year-olds who have just started. The anthem plays out at the start here in the heart of Cape Town.
Yeah, Gerald. I mean, with the under 17s and the ladies, even though their distance is shorter, that doesn't make the race easier. It actually makes it a bit more intense because it's a shorter distance and you've got very few chances to select where you put the power down, where you make your move. So you have to really be on your wits and on your feet as to what decision you make in the race, because that one decision you make, can determine if you win or lose the event.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time to recover or to make up. The race is over very quickly as we have the start of the elite men over the 109 kilometers, rolling away from the start. 200 of South Africa's top elite and pro and semi-pro riders rolling away, some wanting to go behind them, follow them on their way. But they are underway in the city of Cape Town, in the shadow of the Table Mountain, the neutral vehicle just keeping them in check there. And you all want to be as close to that as possible without getting into any trouble.
You do, definitely. I remember the first year when the start changed. Right after the finish, going onto the off-ramp, there was a bit of a crash. I think it was in 2019. And I was one of the oaks that was sleeping at the back in the start, thinking that it was going to be neutral. And I literally chased from here up until Smitswinkel just to get back to the bunch. It was windy, the pace is fast, so you really need to sort of stay focused, stay to the front, and stay out of trouble.
Well, I mean, you've just illustrated what happens in the shorter race, and Charisse, you can obviously vouch for that. You have to be focused, you have to be on your game from the moment that you roll away.
The entire time, and like Bobby said, it's a shorter distance, but it's so much more intense. I think it's also very important to note that for the elite women, they can ride the 109 kilometers. It's shorter because they want their own race. It's so much more tactical. It's intense. It's aggressive, and you have attacks going from the moment that gun goes all the way up until the finish line. The nutrition, actually, even though it is such a short event, very important. The riders will go 4 gels into 80 kilometers at least, with 2 big bottles that they will still be taking, because you want to get to that finish line making sure that you have enough energy to actually last you the entire race.
On the left there, the under 17s looks like that early, very, very early little attack's been pulled back, but it's strung it out. They're going at a cracking pace as the dawn breaks out, as they leave Fishhook and head around to Simonstown, and then they start climbing quite early in their race.
Yeah, early. So there's not a lot of time to really get seated well in the bunch and warm up properly. So they should have done it beforehand. There we see the ladies go off.
There they go. Our elite women's start down in Fishhook is underway. So the racing is underway in all our sort of elite categories at the moment, and good to see. So getting yourself in position, making sure you don't get left behind, and that's the intensity of this event. Everyone has to be focused. Everyone has hopes. Everyone has perhaps a goal or a thought in the back of their mind of where they want to be and what they want to do today.
Yeah, definitely. And especially if you're one of the bigger teams like Cycle Nation, a lot of the riders are going to be looked at because they sort of been dominating the first couple of events in the year. So the pressure sort of is really actually on them to animate the race and play out the way they want it to play out. So a lot of eyes are going to be on them.
So men's race on the left, the women on the right of your picture now. Early stages, dark it is, and riders heading up towards Hospital Bend there, just putting it down in the men's race, stringing it out already. So the women's race through the darkish streets of Fishhook, heading out towards Simonstown. As our pictures, as it gets lighter, of course, we'll be able to bring you identities and get an idea of who's doing what here.
First attack's already going off.
First attack, Sam, what do you think?
Sure, it's early. These guys are obviously trying to split the race up early, seeing what can stick. You never know. It's always worth taking a chance, and I love that it's getting so animated, and I think we're in for such an exciting day. I think there's going to be attacks all over the show, the entire 109 kilometers for the elite men's race.
Kinetic Pro have a decent sized team here as well, mainly under 23s. They've got Carl Bontes as their major, their one elite rider, but youngsters in that Kinetic Pro team in the Luminous Yellow and the ASAP also in that early break. As now the batch is rolling away, and they will be. These are the racing vets heading out onto that. Just hundreds and hundreds of riders. It's amazing.
It's amazing to see from all over.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a huge gathering of cyclists, which is cool to see.
It is quite extraordinary, the numbers that descend you. You sort of get an idea. You think, well, there are a lot of riders, and then you see the numbers on the start line in those batches, and they're a size of whole races in other events. This is the under 17s, keeping a good clip at the moment. Early days of their shortened race, the 78-kilometer race.
They're really putting the pace on these under 17 riders. Very much, very much. I haven't seen them sit up since they've started. Very, very good speed that they are keeping there.
Good intensity. That's good to see. It's one that now we now with our women's race not far behind them.
And we can already see one of the ladies trying to break away.
And an early opportunity. Well, we've seen that in the past, Charisse. One of the solo riders goes up the road hard and really puts the pressure on. What's the reaction? What's the feeling when you see that happening?
So that's where the pressure is all on Cycle Nation. So if an early rider goes today, they're going to have to control it. They're going to have to bring it together. The other riders like Tiffany Keep, Tanara Grove, to Neil Otto, they will all be looking at Cycle Nation to see if they're going to close the gap. And it's a little bit of a gamble, because if they don't close the gap, you find yourself also in a tricky situation. The early moves, it was always very difficult for me to know which ones will go, which ones do you leave. And I think that's what we're going to see today. We're going to see riders taking chances, going in early moves. We also have Marley Labuskachny. She just did Tour de Cap, and she said to me she's very eager to see what she can do, to see if she can get in an early move. And that's what we're going to see in the beginning of this race.
You both did Tour de Cup, in fact.
I didn't finish, unfortunately. I did 4 days of racing, and I thought, that's enough. I need to rest for the commentary box.
But a good place to assess the form of riders. There, Charisse, you went very well.
Yes, for sure. I was actually racing my dad, so he beat me up the first time on Baines Kloof and put 2 minutes into me. I then put a minute into him in the time trial. So it came down to the two of us racing each other, and it was an intense week of racing. It's not easy beating your 50-year-old dad.
Who I might tell you is not on the start line here, as we have a look at the shortened start. This is a 78-kilometer up Smitsvinkel. Around the back there, that climb comes early on here. It could make a difference.
It could definitely. Normally, if you're not seated well, the wind can sometimes catch you out a little bit. And if you're caught in the back, you're going to be chasing for a very long time before you see the bunch again.
And then they head up at Chapman's Peak, the highest point of the race. Seika Bossi is the final challenge of the race, and then the run down this Atlantic seaboard and to the finish here in Cape Town. And that is the 78-kilometer route. Absolutely glorious. And the wind may well be a factor. That's still perhaps to come into it. At the moment, you're looking at the trees on the far side. It looks fairly still for now.
Yeah, it looks quite decent. It looks like it's still relatively pleasant. But I mean, it is Cape Town. Just if you wait 15 minutes, the weather might change.
Exactly. Talking about change, here we go. This is back with the men's race. They look as though they're heading towards UCT. And a little drag there, 1, 2, 3 riders going up the front. It's trying to go off the front anyway.
Trying to go off the front. Yes. This is normally, everybody's still fresh, still relatively awake and want to be in front. So it's very rarely that you see a break sticking on this section because it's so fast as well. But you need the teams to animate the race, sort of try and expose a couple of their competitors. So that's why often they'll try and get into a break, get some TV coverage, give their sponsors some exposure for the day.
This is the main bunch, though, not far off the back here. One of the honeycomb riders might even be, well, they've got Tristan Nokier in their lineup for this year. Finished second at the national championships behind Ryan Gibbons. So that man knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
So they send a man up the road, as Kinetic and ASAP as well.
Yeah, I think Honeycomb is definitely one of the favorites for the event, but also one of the bigger, stronger teams at the moment with their lineup of riders. So all eyes will definitely be on them to sort of animate, be in the moves, or either be chasing the moves.
Yeah, they've got
and as you
a
can
huge
see,
team. Yep.
As you can see here, they just sent one of the riders over, attacking straight past. And that's quite interesting. They obviously don't want to let anyone go away today, and also keen to get someone in the early moves because it takes a lot of pressure off of them as well for the rest of the race.
Looks like Jaco van Dijk, who's also been, he was also busy helping Mark Pritson this last week in the Twitter Cup.
Twitter Cup won by Alan Hathaway. Pritson was just on his wheel, but most of the week as well.
Yes, Mark won the Queen Stage going up to Toy Slurf as well, which obviously shows how good his form is at the moment. So, you know, there's a reason why he's a past winner and one of the favorites to win again.
Absolutely. He is undoubtedly a star performer, former South African champion, winner of the Ry Joburg last year as well, of course, and won this 2 years ago.
And there we see Charlie Aldridge and Alan Hathaway sitting in the front.
In the black kit there of Cannondale Factory Racing, two mountain bikers. They will be keen to put one over for the true mountain bikers. Yes, Sam Gaze won this a few years ago, but there's a need and urge from the South Africans to have a South African mountain biker try and win this.
I wouldn't say so much. Yeah, I think from the mountain biking community,
Yes.
definitely, for sure. But as far as international is concerned, I mean, I've been participating in the event where some of the quick step guys come out, and to be honest, they are obviously super strong, but the South Africans are 100-kilometer specialists.
Yes.
So it's very difficult to come and beat us on our own home turf, in our own playground.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a race that everyone has either ridden and knows exactly what to do, or has played it out in their minds and knows how to do it. Now, a small little group in this under 17, not so small actually, seems to have separated itself from the remainder. So probably 18, 19 riders in that little group. And their pace has settled down just a little bit now.
Yeah, it looks like they're approaching close to the bottom of Smitswinkel at the moment.
And it's judging your pace. It's getting not getting too excited.
Yes, especially not early in the climb. That climb is quite deceiving. It starts off super easy, and then it starts dragging up a little bit, and you sort of feel okay until you come around the bend, and the steepness of it really hits you.
Well, the excitement, the anticipation down at the start line. Another batch of riders preparing to head off on their journey around the Cape Peninsula. Well, that'll be in the other start chute, clearly.
Yeah.
There they go.
There they go off.
And, well, you're still talking about competitive riding at this time of the morning at 6:30. These are highly competitive riders heading out on the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
There's something also just so special about the start of a cycle tour, the countdown. When they go, everyone say whoopla. That's my first memory when I think about the cycle tour. I always go whoopla, and it's so great to see all these riders taking off on their race today.
Tristan Nokier on the front.
That is Tristan Nokier, and actually Sasha Weber, Alex Miller for Toyota Specialized right behind him.
Now there's a name, Alex Miller, the Namibian road race and time trial champion, but a mountain bike of the highest order, has won the Antiquas this year, has won the Tankwa Trek, so he's in good form, and putting himself out there early on.
Yes, this might be a little bit too early, but I mean, if there's a strong group of riders or one or two riders like Tristan and Shasha on the front, you can never let them slip away because it's a gamble if you let them ride off and get a minute cap because you might not see them again.
Yeah, yeah.
I think also for
Newlands
the
now,
riders like Tristan and Alex, it's important for them to be at the front going down Hospital Bend. They want to make sure that they stay out of trouble, and it might just be that they're picking up the pace to make sure that they get around the first 10 kilometers safely.
Mad Max looks like they've got a man on the front there. Jaco Fente is their key rider today, you feel?
Yes, and this is Alex Hayward with Tiens van der Bank for Team RDX on his wheel. They're the locals here from Cape Town, so
Experience there.
lots of experience in this little group. Also looks like Charlie McFall there on the back.
High speed descent now.
And Tiens van der Bank actually winning the veteran main at national champs this year, also being very, very strong. And Harvey, I'm not sure if you've experienced the racing with the veteran mains. They are really competitive, very strong. The level, even with the veteran main, has improved so much over the last few years.
I know, 100%, Cherise. I think actually after the elite category, I think the veteran men is the second most competitive category there are. So without a doubt, they've normally have some of the best equipment. They've got coaches because training has become so scientific over the last couple of years. So in general, the veteran men's, their level is really good.
Well, up here, Bednar Drive, and this little break has got a little gap now.
It looks like it. It's normally, this climb is quite hard, but a small little gap from the bottom, you know, they might just stick it out. I'm not sure if the rider in front, Jaco, still has a little bit of a gap. Would be cool if they can join him. It'll be two honeycomb riders that'll be represented in the front then.
Yeah, our cameras will try and keep you updated on the respective splits where they are and who's in them where we can. But there's some intent about this little move on the front.
You know, and Gerald, this is not a bad group of riders. It looks like Charlie McFall in front. He was really strong in the past week's Tour de Cup as well. Tiens van der Bank, who's a SA veteran champ. A honeycomb rider, I'm not sure who that is at the moment, and a Team ASAP World rider as well.
So Team ASAP World have Daniel Williams, King Carlo Engelbrecht, Freddie Visser, Beinert Hofmeyer, and Stefano Marcia. And a couple of under 23s, a couple of elites in that team. But they've got a little bit of a gap here. Charlie McFall being with Mad Max. He's the man behind Mad Max in a way, but he's going nicely up this climb. There's no real panic behind, it seems, at this stage. Are we with the women's race here? And so far, just looking, they're all together here, Cherise.
Yes, and this is Reach for Rainbows. They have three riders today on the front: Nicola Walker, Yanni Jordan, and Ifiwe Kalu. So also quite a nice team, and they're quite happy to set the pace off in the beginning. And they've done so much for cycling. Reach for Rainbows really helping to bring riders into the sport, and it's so nice to see also the youngsters coming up.
Yeah, I mean, let's touch on that. The numbers in this women's field. There's an increasing number of women taking to racing, let alone riding.
For sure. And I think that's what the 78 kilometers helps. And that was always the aim of the shorter races, to get more women into the sport and to get more women to actually not just participate, but come to the racing category. And that you see picking up every year. And it's important for sponsors to come on board and to assist in helping getting the riders to the events. And then also for the race organizers to give the women the coverage that they need. And the cycle tour has been phenomenal in actually granting the riders that opportunity to actually showcase their racing.
Nice clip they're going at the moment, the women. So it's certainly no big bunch sort of rolling along here. There's a good pace being set on the front.
Yes, you can see always when there's a bit of an arrowhead in front of the bunch, people are fighting for slip to get the wheel at the back. So definitely riding at a proper speed here, leading up to Smitsvinkel.
As we'll keep saying, and the weather does play such a big part over the 45 previous years, 46 years of this event. The weather is a key factor. And it has played a role, be it rain over the years, be it wind, be it intense heat. They've all played a role in how this day has unfolded for these thousands and amongst the elites. Although it does tend to affect the back end of the field, perhaps more because as the day wears on, sometimes the wind really does come up. But look outside the castle there, those trees absolutely dead still. Couldn't be better from that perspective.
And from that perspective, it looks subliminal,
over Hospital Hill. They're not to know. Those who are driving in from the Boland and inland may have been a little bit weary, having seen the wind that was pumping across the Cape Flats. But it doesn't look as though it's that bad just at the moment, as we've seen around the far side where the women are and the under-17s are racing at the moment. So excitement and anticipation for those start batches as we head down to our men's race. What a beautiful sight it is. And the break is up the road. Is it Van der Bank on the front here? Or is it?
It looks like Van der Bank on second wheel. Might just be that group was caught and split up a little bit.
That actually looks like Alan Hatherley pushing the pace. And he is going for it.
Yeah, you saw him at Tour de Cup. He's in some good shape, isn't he?
He's in really good shape, Gerald. I mean, he won the time trial at Bainskloof as well. So, I mean, the strength is really there. And his preparation, he obviously uses these races to get in form for the World Cups later on in the year. So it definitely looks like it's going to be a really good judging from his form for Alan Hatherley.
Well,
the Breakaway is still up the road, so it might be that Alan's trying to cross over.
Yeah, it looks like there's a small new breakaway that formed with Wynand Hofmeyer, Tiens van der Bank, Johnny Trotsky, Dan Loubser,
and Andrew
Geldenhuys. So that might be quite a dangerous move slipping off the front.
So that's the composition of that break. Hofmeyer, he's one of those ASP riders. Tiens van der Bank, so experienced.
Super experienced. And even this is really dangerous because Dan Loubser last year he was also in the front move coming into the finish.
He likes to do that, doesn't he?
He likes to be in the right place at the right time. So this might just be something that will last for quite a while in this race.
One of those who had the experience of riding the Tour of Rwanda recently, early this year, Dan Loubser. What a beautiful sight it is. Welcome to the Western Cape. Cape Town putting on a show here today for the 2024 Cape Town Cycle Tour, one of the country's foremost sporting and social activities. Alan Hatherley sitting on the front there. Well,
and you can see, Gerald, I mean, the honeycomb riders, they're very vigilant in the front, sitting second wheel, fourth wheel, because they need to know, who's going up the front, what's happening, and be very awake when they need to jump on a move or follow a wheel.
But a man like Hatherley gets on there, you all pay attention.
You definitely pay attention. You try and stay as close to the front as possible.
Alex Miller, 5 riders back as well in that group in the red helmet. Well, the fire services have been hard at work this year in the summer here. Some really devastating fires have affected communities around the Western Cape, and they've done a great job in keeping those safe and trying to prevent the fires from causing too much destruction and devastation. So back at the start outside the castle here, and it's all set. It's Cape Town really it's Cape Town's day. Yes, they have some great events every year that they open their roads to road running events, but really nothing quite matches the Cape Town Cycle Tour for enormity. And the city is so deeply involved in this event. Jordan Hill-Lewis is the mayor of Cape Town.
At the start line here with Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis, but you've become quite an action man. I was at a park run the other day, and you're at the front of the park run. How did that go?
It went very well. It's park run, such an awesome event in Cape Town. Happens across the city, and just like this, a wonderful, wonderful Cape Town get outside and do something kind of event.
Exactly, and I think that's what you've been doing. You're going for the full triathlon, I think. Hey? So now you're at the start line. Who got you involved in like cycling and getting going all the way around the peninsula?
Well, obviously, I work very closely every day with Premier Alan Windy, and Alan is a very avid cyclist. And he was working on me every single day. He was working on me, and eventually I just caved and agreed last year to do the short course. Loved the short course, and I thought the long course is so much more picturesque. Let me go and try the long course. So today I'm in it for the full thing.
I'm so proud of you, so proud. You're sort of moving it up a gear. But it's important for the city. I mean, we know like the traffic is pumped up there. We're seeing people filling up the restaurants and everything. But tell me a little bit more about how important it is to have all the people in town.
I mean, the events and sports and conferencing economy in Cape Town is a massive part of the city, and this is one of the anchors of that economy. This is 30,000 people, many of them from out of town, many even from overseas. This week I met some Canadians who come here every year just for the cycle tour. So it's a very, very important part of the city economy, and it's also to the mother city. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful time here. I hope that you're safe out there on the roads today. And to all the Cape Townians, please join us out on the road and support us as we go through the course. But thank you so much for coming to visit Cape Town. It's our pleasure to host you here.
Lovely, Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis, on your bike and have a great ride.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, cheers.
Well, fantastic to have the mayor riding. I think the Premier of the Western Cape, Mr. Alan Windy, is also riding. So, yeah, they're all involved here, which is fantastic. Now, RKC Collective, I think, on the front here.
Yeah, it looks like Keenan Ruurt.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, I think looks like they missed the breakaway. So they going to be looked at to bring that gap back down as close as possible for their main men in the bunch.
They're on the blue route at the moment, heading out on the almost the flattest section, although it's a sort of deceiving, but 1,160 meters of climbing over the 109 kilometers in this race. It's definitely not flat. And so they're setting a good pace, as you can see from that arrowhead. There's Alan Hathley done his bit on the front there. Keenan Ruurt keeping the pace up and trying to bring that break back. Here we go.
So another attack from looks like a TEG rider, who also seems to have missed out on the break.
Yeah, so that's missing out on the break, and you're in the team there. What's the dynamic? Is it, you don't want to panic, but hang on, you need to get someone in the break.
Yes, so the teams will definitely beforehand have a set plan and a strategy how they'll tackle the event. And if your job for the day was to be in the move and you're not in the move, you need to either get into the move or make sure the move comes back. So they have a designated leader or plan who they'll communicate with in the bunch and say, okay, listen, this is a good time, or don't let this gap get too big, bring it back, or get into the move.
You mentioned something then, and I think viewers of cycling events will sort of think, well, they'll be able to talk to each other because they've race radios as they do in the Tour de France and on the World Tour events. That doesn't happen here. So how do you, in a big bunch like that, how are you communicating?
No, you need to find your teammate to literally ride up next to him and have a chat. And also, sometimes it's a bit difficult and it'll take a time, but that's where good cohesion and your teammates come into play, because they would have done a whole lot of races together, and if you know what your role is in the team, most of the time you wouldn't even have to go to your teammate. If you know you were supposed to be in the break, you better either chase the break or get into the break.
Well, everyone's looking around here and seeing who is going up the road there and trying to close that gap or bring the break back. So it's a fascinating dynamic just at the moment. Kinetic missed out on that, so they're looking to get a rider perhaps in the break. As beautiful sights from up in the sky, helicopter flying beautifully on a calm morning in the hands of Scott Gonzaya and the team up there. Brilliant. This is the break up the road. So Honeycomb, Realty have got a man up there. ASAP.
Mad Max.
Is that it? Is there 5 there, or 4 or 5 there? I think 5.
Looks like 5 riders,
Yes.
and I think Realty Dynamics, they are in quite a good position because it looks like they've got 2 riders up in the break, which is really positive for them.
Sun just starting to peek over the Helderberg Mountains in the distance here in Cape Town. Looks set for an absolutely glorious day. It's always the talk. What's the weather going to be like on race day? Quite a long way out. The idea was that it was going to be a pretty decent day.
It's probably one of the apps you use the most before the week of the cycle.
Yes.
To your weather app.
Yes, just making sure to see what the weather is going to be doing on race day. Yet there is absolutely nothing you can do about it.
Nothing. So, and also as a rider and athlete, the weather is the same for everyone. So you either change your strategy and how you approach a race and, try and use it to your advantage as much as possible.
So Charisse watching from remotely, but seeing exactly what we're seeing here. The FOMO is probably even bigger now because it's such a beautiful day here.
It is. It looks like it's going to be a fantastic day. And as you mentioned on the elite bunch, you can see the bunch is getting quite nervous. It was a little bit strung out there on the highway. And the riders that missed the move, they're going to be working hard to get into that move or to get the whole bunch back so that it's one big group altogether. But very interesting that Dan Lopesher is in that move so early on, and I think it's a dangerous one.
Yeah, he's a man who does like to go long and go deep early on. I mean, he nearly won the Herald last year, in fact, doing a similar move, but on his own. This time in that group, and those in the group will be wary of him. And now, again, pressure on the front of the chasing peloton.
I also find it very interesting that Alan Hatherley is working so hard for the beginning of the race, which to me proves that he's riding for Charlie Aldridge. Charlie won the sprint at Twitter Cup, so I think that Alan is obviously trying to set the race up for Charlie Aldridge today.
100%, and I think, Alan Athley is a really good teammate. You would want to be pacing a gap down for you because he's one of those riders who'll probably do it on his own.
Now we're on the climb up Smitswinkel here, Charisse, in the women's race.
And this is where the first moves are going to go. So let's see what's going to happen up here. But you can already see riders starting to drop off the back of the punch. So I think that the pace is on at the front.
And if you miss out here, very difficult to come back, eh?
Definitely. You cannot be too far at the back here. It's very important to keep your positions. And as Hobia mentioned earlier, quite a deceiving climb. Really longer than you think. And you really have to push it over the top. And a lot of times once you get to the top, the wind hits you. And that's where they put it into the gutter. So definitely the first main climb of the day.
So back with the men, our coverage, apologies, at times it does break up. We're talking about a massive logistical exercise in getting you pictures from around this 109 kilometer route. But this break is really working hard here, and they're putting some time into the peloton.
This looks like quite a good move to be in today, Gerald. Still a little bit early to say if it's going to last the whole way, but there's a bunch of strong riders put together, so they've got a good chance. They just need to keep the cohesion, work together, and they'll stand a chance to stay away quite far.
So Mad Max, ASAP World in there. Realty Dynamics have 2. and it is also Team Honeycomb who have a rider in that bunch. So this is a move that the bunch are a bit concerned about.
You could see, I mean, with Alan pacing on the front, he knows, the gap can't get too big. Otherwise, the key riders, maybe the rider he's working for, Charlie Aldridge, won't be able to jump across. So they need to keep it quite as close as possible, just to stay on the pedals and keep them within earshot.
Little move going off the bunch, and they're trying to close down this gap now.
And that's the familiar figure of David Maria, the little Jack Russell in the bunch.
Yes, yeah, he's another man who's he's always there and thereabouts.
Always there and thereabouts,
doing
yes.
something. Yep.
You can't never count him out. He has been focusing a bit more on his business the last couple of months, so cycling has taken a bit of a back step. But I mean, as you can see, the muscle memory is still there, and he's still trying to get into the moves like always.
The racer down to his bootlaces.
Yeah, racer and art.
All of you are, though. There's no such thing as a ride.
You know, yeah, I mean, it's difficult. The last week when I was doing Twitter Cup as well, you stand on the start line, and I know my form's not good, but afterwards, when I go look at my stats and my heart rate, it gets close to 200 beats per minute. So then I know, you're always going to try your best and dig as deep as possible just to stay with the guys or try and cover moves and participate as much as you can.
Cherise, I mean, we're just briefly on your own riding and your own career. This year you won at the Tour de Cup. Your form is good. What's your plans? What's your thinking this year?
Yeah, so I would actually love to defend my SA Gravel title. So Gravel Champs at Race to the Sun in May coming up. I took a little bit of a backseat as well last year from racing, choosing to spend the December holidays with my family, which is also important. And currently working at Cycling South Africa and managing the Toyota Specialized team. It's a little bit difficult to find all the time for training, but I try my best. And I think it's quite funny, but how you know a road cyclist is on form is if you ask them how they're feeling at the beginning of the race, and they go to you, actually, I haven't been training, I'm not feeling very good, haven't done much, and you just know that rider is in superb form.
Red hot form, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We've heard it all before, haven't we? Yeah. Through Musenberg now. This is the bunch. Beautiful scenes of the beautiful Western Cape as we take a look at this entire route. It has been well, largely unchanged. Yes, they did have the detour route over quite a few years that we've seen them go through down onto the coastline now. Cork Bay's been whistled through, and they're heading towards Simonstown. In fact, sorry, they're heading towards Cork Bay right now. Smitswinkel and that drag up over onto the cut across to the Atlantic side. Misty Cliffs, beautiful, quite exposed there.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of a wind coming from the sea as well. So you really need to stay on your wits about it there and have a good position in the bunch.
Chappies, by which stage you feel the race has established itself there?
More or less. If there's a select group, things might split up even more going over Suikerbossie. That's sort of quite the side of a climb because it's after Chapman's Peak. Not that it's so long, but it's a real sting in the tail.
And St. James, they're beautiful, isn't it? As now the sun reflecting on our breakaway here of 6 riders in this bunch here, and they are motivated and they are motoring as well. This is a very, very impressive collection of riders on the front there. And this is the chase group.
Yeah, the bunch definitely realized. I can see an Aluwane rider there from the team of Nolan Hoffman, who probably got called up and say, listen guys, it's time to get that gap down as close as possible because we can't give them too much rope today.
Yeah, Nolan Hoffman of Aluwane, a 4-time winner here, but at the age of 38, one might feel that the chances of joining Willie Engelbrecht as a 5-time winner have slipped by. Reinhard Butler, Tanda Zote, the man who set up the team, Tulan Geke, and Dane Appels, the Aluwane team trying to pull this one back. Well, a lot of the teams are doing the work there because there are quite a few who have missed this this break. Hawk Bay, they charge through that lead group on the left-hand side.
You can never underestimate Nolan Hoffman.
Yep.
He's such a powerful rider, and I actually had a talk with him at Twitter Cap, and he said to me, Charisse, my form is good. I think I have a good chance. So definitely he wants to have or to be on par with Willie Engelbrecht, and he wants that 5th win. Very dedicated. So I wonder what we're going to see from him today. But they're going to have to work hard to bring back this break.
Well, that will give you a perspective. The camera does foreshorten the gaps here as they snake along the coastline of the railway line. But look at that gap now.
Yeah.
When does it become? I mean, that's quite big.
Yeah, that is substantial, Gerald. I mean, looking at the time there, almost, just from a guesstimate, it almost looks like about 1 minute, 40 seconds or so, which isn't out of reach. Normally, in general, I mean, it takes about 10 Ks to bring back a minute gap. So for now, it's still at a safe spot. I wouldn't give that combination of riders in the break more than 1.5 minutes on a day like today. Otherwise, they're really going to struggle to bring them back.
We led to believe it's around 40 seconds. It looked a bit longer, but this is a highly motivated move going up the road here. It's really, really good to see. Dynamic racing.
Dynamic racing, and all of these guys have got experience. I mean, Dan Loebscher, a breakaway specialist. Charlie McFall, he's also actually a veteran, really, really strong. He also participated in Tour Cup last week, and he showed really good form. Tiens van der Bank, probably the guy with the most experience up the front at the moment. So he'll definitely be one to keep an eye on as well. Here we can see the TEG team as well.
I saw a hand going up, also bringing their riders to the front. That's they want all the numbers there at the front to make sure that they don't let anyone else slip away. That looks refreshing.
Yeah, nothing will get in the way of the morning dip in the tidal pools. Absolutely beautiful around Hawk Bay area. Stunning. And there are people who do that every single morning of their lives, and you cannot wish anything nicer. How lovely. The tour goes on, the cycle tour through Hawk Bay. What a rush it is for those sitting alongside the road here, watching these riders come whooshing through. It's quite extraordinary.
It is, Gerald, and also this is a section where you actually need to really also stay focused. There's a lot of manholes in the road as well, so I've seen plenty of times where guys lose bottles, guys ride over bottles, and you can end up at the back or stuck behind a crash. So it's actually quite an important section also to be in the front, staying out of the trouble and really stay focused.
Well, Hawk Bay Harbour in the foreground here. False Bay, beautiful, looks fairly smooth, and looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it? But that is all lost on the riders. You just focus on the road ahead of you, and as Hoppy has been saying, manholes and little bumps and curves in this road, you've got to be very, very vigilant all the way round. So far, so safe, so far for these riders.
And Gerald, you're so right. You're so focused. You're in such a narrow mindset when you're racing. You really just focus on the wheel in front of you. I did the cycle tour over 20 times, and every time we head up to Chapman's Peak, I go, how far until we get to Suikerbosie again? Because you don't pay attention to the route. You're just focusing on not letting gaps go, on making sure that you stay on that wheel.
Reinhard Hofmeier on the front there for SAP World. This is a really, really impressive move through Fishhook. Yeah, it is. But I'm sure over those 20-odd years, you have taken in the sights and sounds in those early years before the veil of racing mist descended.
Been racing always.
Always, even as a 9-year-old.
I raced my cousins. they actually, I had to stop to eat a banana and to quickly go to the toilet, and then they rode away from me. So yeah, the next year I had to make sure that I beat them, but then actually rode it twice pregnant, which was phenomenal. We stopped at all the water points. We really did take it in, and my husband had a beer stop along the way. So yeah, it's great.
Were you racing for the beer stop or away from the beer stop?
I had to ride away from him so that he had to catch up with me.
Jens van der Bank, he's on the frontier, former national champion in his age group, and still very much a force in the Realty Dynamics setup and in the pelotons he races in all week in and week out. TEG on the frontier trying to bring it back through the streets of Fishhook. There's urgency in this chase, that's for sure. There'll be some teams who'll be quite relaxed with the way it's going because Realty Dynamics have two in that break. Mad Max have a rider. Of course, Team Honeycomb, they would have been bitterly disappointed if they'd missed out because they have a big army of riders in this race, 10 of them. And high pace racing going through the streets of Fishhook.
And I mean, Gerald, this is also why it adds to the importance of this event. It's one of the few events who also have live coverage like today. So it's super important for the sponsors and the team to get a good result, get the exposure. So you really have to strategize beforehand and know, listen, if there's a move up front and we're not there, we need to bring them back.
Well, there they go. The move, they're working well together.
It looks
very,
like
very well together.
Right, let's now, I think we can get a perspective from our man on the bike watching the race, Brendan Lowson, out there. Brendan, take it away.
What an amazing here in Cape Town. The mother city certainly is showing off her beauty, and so are these riders. There is a good representation of remote teams here, and not just that, they are working together, funny enough, which is very, it's not just together like this. I think that it'll be amazing.
Here we go. Maybe this is Brendan. Hello.
So with the guys working together, I think they're going to be taken around to Simonstown now. Simonstown, they know they've got to work hard, and the bunch will definitely be trying to bring these back. This is where it's going to start getting a bit dangerous for anyone who's in the peloton.
For Nolan Hoffman.
Yes, and the other man, Rainer Butler.
Thank you.
Let's try with Brendan Lowson down out on the lead bike. Brendan. Well, we're not able to make contact. Now, that is the chase bunch, and they have to try and make up a minute and 31. You were spot on. That's why you're sitting here, Javier. That's why Charisse is there. You've been here all the while knowing exactly what's going on. 131 the gap at the moment.
Yeah, that's quite substantial. I wouldn't, it'll be playing with danger, but if they allow them to get a bit more time on the bunch, even though there's still 3 climbs coming, it's a strong combination of men up the front, so I wouldn't give them too much rope on a day like today.
What would that be? What is too much, do you reckon?
I think a minute and a half, 2 minutes, 2 minutes maximum. Other than that, I'll start panicking and need to, have conversations with some of the other teams with similar interests to help pace back.
Right, you can see our helicopter up there on the right-hand side, and Skalk Bunzaya is up there, chopper pilot. Skalk, good morning. Must look beautiful from up there. What's the conditions like?
Go, Skalk.
Morning, Gerald. Yes, from the helicopter. We coming up to Simonstown at this time. Really nice conditions. A little bit of a breeze, 15 knots into the peloton. And once they start turning at Smitswinkel, it would be really, really nice. Tailwind all the way to the finish. Clear conditions, beautiful.
Back on you, Gerald.
So that's the perspective from up on high. Our eye on the Sky Skulk bullseye up on the helicopter. This is our Breakaway, highly motivated, and I think that might be Bradley Scott for Team Honeycomb. We have Pritson, Scott, Jakob van Dijk, Jan Trotsky, Casper Courier, Christian Jans van Rensburg, Carl Mitchell, Brendan Blockland, Kai Pritson, the elder brother of Mark, and Tristan Lokier. That's their formidable lineup here. Mark Pritson, a former winner and a South African champion, is in pretty decent form. He's in there. Now, here we are with our women's race as they're heading towards Scarborough. And 3 riders
and that's Kylie Hanekom. Kylie Hanekom on the front. Yes, she's training for the Cape Epic at the moment. Feeling very strong. Lone rider out there, but yeah, she's been good and she's pushing the pace, and she's actually more focused on the mountain biking, but has been doing quite a few road races as well, and obviously in very good form and shape today. We have Reach for Rainbows as well behind her, and not 100% sure, but that looks like Ryla Schwellness on the third wheel. That's also willing to commit. Yes. And she's also been winning a few races back in Cape Town, and also quite a big contestant for the overall win. She sprints very well on the bike, and she's looking good.
So 2 breaks in the women's race. They perhaps haven't got quite as much as the men, perhaps 40, 50 seconds. And then the men on the left-hand side there, when last we checked, at around 91 seconds on the main peloton. And a word from the car. What would the word be?
They will probably indicate to them what the time gap is at the moment and say, this is the race situation, if there's a move coming across or if it's just the bunch chasing. And then, I mean, if I was in the front move with those group of riders, I'll try and keep the cohesion for as long as possible. There's a couple of strong climbers in as well, so they really need to just focus on what they're doing, keep the momentum rolling through, everybody doing their turn, and they've got a good chance to stay away for quite long.
Simonstown in the picture now, beautiful sight it is, as we're back with our women's race. So Kylie Hanekom, Leila Schwellness, and a rider from the Reach for Rainbows team. Have you been able to identify who that might be, Charisse?
It looks to me like Nicola Walker from Reach for Rainbows. That's there on the front. Also a very, very strong rider. And I actually just received confirmation that the riders in the break for the elite men is Hanru Galdenhuys, Tiens van der Bank, Wynand Hofmeyer, Dan Loubser, Charlie McFall, and Carl Mitchell. So we have 2 veteran riders in the break for Reality Dynamics, with Carl Mitchell and Tiens van der Bank. Very strong riders that they have in the break and willing to commit with Dan Loubser. Dan would be loving this move. And I'm sure it's also going to pace very hard to make sure that this one stays away. They would like the gap to be around about 2 minutes. That was always for me a very sweet spot. If you can get the gap to 2 minutes, you know that you have enough time to play with. But for the bunch, they're going to have to make sure that this doesn't reach over 2 minutes for them.
Thanks very much, Charisse, just updating us on that. As this bunch of, they're not holding back one bit, are they?
Yeah, and it's I think Andrew is actually the sprinter from Realty Dynamics, so it's a bit strange to see him caught up in this move, but maybe they've got a plan, trying something different, sprinting from the front and rather waiting for the bunch to come across.
Yeah, he won the Herald with a sprint a couple of weeks ago, so it is going to be fascinating to see how this unfolds for them. 2 men in there.
Apologies.
Yeah, sometimes
Carl Mitchell is the rider for Honeycomb.
Carl Mitchell for Honeycomb, yes, that's right. And so news from the road just said is that Carla Orbals has punctured, but she's got back into the group. So one of the pre-race favourites, Carla, has found her way back. The South African champion, of course. Yet to win this one, though, through Simonstown now. still opening up and going very, very hard indeed this break.
Yeah, they're definitely pushing the pace as much as possible. And rightly so. I mean, this is quite a fast section leading up to Smitswinkel. So, yeah, you know, if you can keep the speed up and keep the momentum, it's always good taking that into Smitswinkel and trying to carry as much time over Smitswinkel as possible.
The sense of urgency in the chase is very, very evident, isn't it? There's a real sense that they cannot let this get any bigger, and they could be in big trouble here. Teams who don't have riders represented in the bunch, if they let this one get further up the road. And it's no question about it. They're really working hard to try and peg it back.
But those 5 riders at the front really working so well together, and the chasing bunch, they're going to have to find some sort of cohesion between the teams that missed out if they want to pull this one back.
As you were saying, Arvia, that's, you go back and try and enlist the help of some other teams that missed out here.
100%. You need to then sort of make allies with some of the teams who've got the same, looking for the same outcome or strategy as you, and you don't always know who that is, but you need to ask around and chat to your mates and find out who's going to be your friends for a short period of time.
And then at some stages, that fascinating situation which we may see unfold here as well. If this break stays out, wow, spectacular, isn't it? The Western Cape, the peninsula in all its glory. Absolutely beautiful. Fishhook down here, Cape Point behind us, and looking over towards Hout Bay in the distance. Absolutely spectacular. And Noordhoek Beach, that beautiful stretch of pristine beach. But they're heading around the mountains, a little bit over, and then into Chapman's Peak. That'll be another critical moment in this race. But before then, Smitswinkel comes. That climb up Smitswinkel for that group of 6 there. Some will be who's going to be this? Well, they're all going to climb. They want to climb together. They're up there. Stay together, keep it together.
I think the stronger climber riders, like the mountain bikers, will definitely try their luck and make it as hard as possible up there, because there's only 3 climbs, real big climbs, that can make a difference for the day. And if there's a little bit of wind coming around Smitswinkel, it can split up a little bit of the bunch. It might even put a bit of a select group in the front. So if I was one of the climbers whose strength lies in their climbing, that'll be one of the pressure points where I'll try and sort of soften up the other guys and to make my life easier later on in the race.
One of the teams that missed out is the defending champion Chris Euster's team, and they're trying to do some work now to pull it back. Meanwhile, Nicola Walker on the right-hand side there in the Reach for Rainbows colours in the women's race. In fact, no, have they been caught, or was that the main?
Yes, it looks like they've been caught.
Yeah.
That bunch is really strung out now, so you can obviously see the pace is quite high.
Cherise, here's the women's race back with you. It looks very calm on that side of the race, the ocean.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to just touch on what happens when you have a mechanical. So most of the riders will have a car behind them that will be able to assist with mechanicals, but it's very stressful changing a wheel now. Most riders will have some sort of quick release on, but it does take a minute or two. So I'm pretty sure that Carla would have had her teammates drop back to her and to assist her with getting back to the bunch and changing that wheel as quick as possible. But it does take a very strong mind to remember to stay focused, to keep calm, and not to get too worked up.
Yeah, no panicking. Just try and keep calm and trust your teammates, trust yourself, trust the system to get you back in the group. And as we've heard, Carla is back in this, the South African champion. So they're going along at a good pace here, the women's bunch.
And a nice big bunch that you see out here riding.
Yeah, it's great to see. I think there's almost about 100 ladies on the start bunch, which is relatively big for South Africa, and it's awesome to see. Just raises the speed, raises the level of the racing.
Flamingos, what a glorious sight. Cape Town showing off today, no question about it. It's absolutely beautiful, beautiful morning. You never quite know what it's going to be like, but today we have an absolute beauty. Yeah, they're strung out. There's no question. There's good pace on here for the women's race. Can we identify who's on the front there, Cherise?
I can't. Not at this moment. It looks like Winelands on the third wheel. And then you also see Cycle Nation fourth wheel. They will make sure that they don't miss any moves. That looks like Lisa Bone that's on the fourth wheel. And they will definitely ensure that the pace is up high. If Carla's back, they would want to keep up the pace and make sure that no one rests too much. They want a hard race. They want an aggressive race. They don't want it to come down to a sprint. So they will put Lisa on the front to ensure the average speed stays high.
A little bit of a gap here.
Oh, flicked her elbow, but yes, nobody to be seen.
Nobody home, yeah. We're not going with you. The rest are all sitting comfortably here. We talked about the weather. It is beautiful on that outside, and the shade for the shadow for the time being.
Yeah, super beautiful, but that section goes by so fast, so there's not always a lot of time to take in the scenery.
As you said, it's all focus on the road and the race. And that rider looks as though they may have gone up the road and decided, well, if you're not going to come with me, I'm going to go it alone, and headed up the road through Scarborough. Beautiful sights as we watch the 2024 Cape Town Cycle Tour. Who's it going to be amongst the men? Will Mark Pitson win it a second time for his Team Honeycomb lineup? Will be Alan Hatherley show his continued good form, follow up his win of the Tour de Cup, the win here? Or could it be Nolan Hoffman writing his name into the history books once again? Perhaps getting over the climbs is going to be his biggest challenge. So all back together again here with the women's race, where we will have a new winner. Kim Lecourt is making great strides on the Women's World Tour, which is wonderful news for African cycling, the Mauritian. And
it almost looks like a move that's busy going across to the break, or they're off the back.
Let's see where our helicopter picture takes us to. 4 riders there. That we are led to believe is a group of 4 in the under-17 race. So that started, the first of the races to start today was the under-17s, and they are up the road. They started just ahead of this bunch. The women all together now. Well, the majority of the contenders in that bunch. As I said, Hayley Preen won the African Games title yesterday in Ghana, which is wonderful news. And there are obviously those riders riding in the African Games: Sonica Klopper, Lucy Young, Annika Visser, and Madeleine Leroux not here at this event. So, yeah, first-time winner is very much is going to happen today.
Yeah, very likely. It's super cool to see.
And there you can see Lisa Bow and Joanna van der Winkel both going to the front. Like I mentioned earlier, they would want to keep up this pace, and you can see that they are going to start playing their cards very, very soon. It looks like the bunch is being strung out a little bit. Tiffany Keep right up there. She's also looking very strong, but she will keep her cards close to her chest and will follow Cycle Nation for the first bit of the race.
Yeah, lots of there are not that many teams in here. Cherise, riding as a solo rider, you've just got to back the right horse, I suppose, back the right team, and stay with the right team.
Definitely, and I think Carla also is definitely on the form of her life. So the riders will be looking towards her. Tiffany will be looking for her. Shonara will be looking towards Carla, and kind of wait and see what they do before they make any real moves. I think Tiffany and Shonara both, and Vera Luce, are very confident in their sprinting abilities. So it's going to be up to Cycle Nation and to Catherine Culane to ensure that the pace is high, that they can drop some of the sprinters. There you see Joanna van der Winkel attacking. So Carla is back in the bunch. She is obviously feeling very strong as Joe puts in the first real big move of the day. Vera Luce on her wheel, Catherine Culane on her wheel.
There's also Danielle Stradom, mountain biker, whose role will probably be today to help Vera as much as possible. So luckily, I think Vera has at least one ally who can go to the front, bring her brake back, or even cover a couple of moves for her, which will definitely help her save some energy.
So Joe van der Winkel is the first one to wind it up here. Danielle Stradom.
A counter attack by Danielle Stradom. She is such a phenomenal animated rider. I've seen her last year coming through the ranks, and she's improved in leaps and bounds. And really excited to see what she's going to do this year, but a very, very strong rider.
Doesn't have the road experience that someone like Joe does. Very few people do, to be honest. But fascinating little dynamic going on there. The less experienced riders trying their thing and getting out there against the experienced riders.
100%, Gerald, and that's sort of why it can always put a spanner in the works for the bigger teams, because they come in with a plan, and there's an experienced rider who's normally quite strong. So it definitely, can make you change your game plan middle of the race if there's a move up the front which was not planned. So then you need to be awake, communicate, and sort of adjust to the race situation.
Yeah, you've got to think on your feet, on your saddle all the time here. So this little injection of pace just sort of separate, but create a little bit of a gap further back, and you can see riders just making sure they don't get left behind here. So our women's race over 78 kilometers.
There we see Catherine Culane on the front riding for EIH. This little downhill to the right is normally, if there's a little bit of wind, it can also string out the bunch a little bit. It won't break it up, but if you're in the wrong position and then you turn left towards Chapman's Peak, you need to really work to get back into the right position. So it's important to sort of stay close to the front, be vigilant, and see what happens.
Good pace from our women's peloton at the moment, and nice dynamic racing. It looks like another rider joining it here, but looks like the bunch. A bit of a split a little bit earlier. This is a flat, fast section. Chapman's Peak looming up the road. A pivotal moment.
A pivotal moment, and the lead up to Chapman's Peak from where they are now comes super fast. So it's very important to be in the right position, be well situated in the bunch, be on the right wheel, stay close to the front.
And you can see kind of small moves going already, riders testing the legs, want to see how they're feeling, how early they can attack on Chapman's Peak, but there's always a very, very nervous part of the race. You know that that the big bombs are coming soon and that the attacks are going to start, and it's just a matter of when is it going to happen and who's going to start the first big move.
Cherise, what do you normally find harder, the small chappies or the section afterwards?
Small Chapman's Peak. So last year, I remember Candice Lill and Ashley Moorman and actually Catherine Culane as well. They made Chapman's Peak so hard. I think I had nightmares for 2 months afterwards going up small Chapman's Peak. But it also just shows you last year we were a very small select group going over Chapman's Peak. It came back together. I thought that I had the legs, and then up Sekerbosi, they just kept the attacks coming, and I actually lost contact with the front group, and it shows the importance of keeping on going, and that's what the riders want to do today. They want to keep all the pressure on, and make sure that the riders actually don't rejoin after Sekerbosi.
Yeah, definitely. That's always quite tough going over Chaplin's Peak, keeping cohesion, because that downhill is also quite technical going down, going down there. And normally a couple of riders tend to rejoin, and then it's difficult to keep the cohesion up until Sekerbosi.
Women now 44K. So the women's about 40 Ks into the ride at the moment of their 78 Ks, and yeah, there's injection of pace now. Yeah, Chappies is coming, and yeah, your Cycle Nation Centre City team are up there. Vera Loss is there. Catherine Colleen is in the right position. You don't want to be too far back here. That is for sure.
Yeah, they all know what's coming now. That's why they're all looking around a bit, scoping the situation out.
Vera Lossa, the Namibian who won the Joburg 947 a while ago, is a key factor in this race as well. Such a powerful rider, such a strong rider, Cherise.
Definitely, and she's a rider that can do it. She really can do it all. She climbs well. She's obviously on very good form going into the ABSA Cape Epic. And she wants today. I think she's probably the rider here that has the most experience when it comes to road racing and to the cycle tour podium. So she wants it. She hasn't won the Cape Town Cycle Tour before, so for her it's going to be a big goal. But again, the same for Carla Uber also. I don't think there has been an elite women's rider that has won the Ride Joburg, the SA Champs, and the Cape Town Cycle Tour all in a consecutive period. I got close once, I got second, but no one that's actually won all three of them. So also a very, very big day for her, and she wants this win as well. Everyone does. I think it's one of the races.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you had to choose a race on the whole South African calendar to actually win, for 99% of the people, it's going to be the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
No, then if you've got that license, you're a cyclist forever.
Absolutely, absolutely. Have you ridden
so
it?
Neil
Yes,
Otto
I've won
also
it.
sitting there on the front. Also a very, very strong contender. To Neil Otto putting in the hard work. She's also been on fantastic form. And she also would want the race to split up a little bit, and you can see she's coming forward now, and she's also ready to go with the moves.
Well, beautiful sights of the Western Cape as the women's peloton is making its way.
It's a furious attack.
There. And the response comes from Joe van der Winkel, yeah.
Responding very quickly.
Not sure who it was. We just caught a glimpse of a flash of colour going up the road, and Joe van der Winkel, well, talk about experience. She has got it in spades.
For sure. Also, just one of those riders. She's been around for a really long time. She has 2 kids. She works as well, but always on form. She's always ready to help out. She's always ready to assist, and a rider that you can never count out.
She's hauled in that lone attacker. In fact, lone attacker. I think these are a couple of the under 17s being hauled in now at the back of their field as the 2 leading women go past them.
Yeah, and this is a smart move from Joe, working with the rider in front, trying to get a small gap.
I think that Joe might have thought that is one of the one of the elite women, but it was in fact an under 17 rider.
Yes.
You can see she's caught a little bit off guard. Yeah, but it is difficult. You see a rider, like I said, you're so in the zone, you're so focused on what is actually happening that you just see a rider and you immediately want to respond. You want to get on that wheel. You don't even consider the fact that it might be someone from a different category.
Yeah, and also it's difficult to see and sort of gauge in the moment. Like if you see an attack, you need to follow and be there because that's quite possibly the plan for the day.
Yep, absolutely.
And I just got word from one of the team cars that the break and the elite men have actually gone up to 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So it's getting dangerous now.
Well, that is unfolding not far behind this, the women's race. The men's race, very dangerous break of 6 riders up the road by, as Therese has just said, 2:14, did you say, or 2:40? 2:14.
2:14. Yeah, and then I mean that puts, I think, Realty Dynamics in a really good position because they've got Thies van der Bank and Andrew Geldenhuys in that move, with Andrew who's won the EP Herald a while ago, so he's also on good form, so that pushes their chances up for a good result to really possible.
Well, they've now on that flat, fast road after Smitswinkel, going past the Cape Point Nature Reserve on the Table Mountain National Park, and they are absolutely hammering it. Van der Bank there on the right-hand side. He's the smaller of the riders. And Carl Mitchell of Team Honeycomb on the front here, big and powerful. They'll be appreciating him on the front.
Yeah, I think, Gerald, somebody told me just now it's actually Bradley Scott in the front
Bradley
move.
Scott,
yeah,
okay.
And I mean, we know he's also on good form because he recently won the Ride for Sight, a rider from Benoni. So I mean, this is, if you wanted to be in a break today, this will be the break to be in today.
Well, it's done the job. It's got well up the road, over 2 minutes of an advantage over the peloton behind them. It went very early on in Cape Town Cycle Tour context, in fact, and but the composition of it was so strong that they were able to make it stick.
100%, and you know that often happens sometimes in certain races where there's a soft move going off the front and people look at each other thinking, you know, this is still way too far to the finish, and people forget about you. You get joined by a couple of strong riders, and that might be the break of the day.
Hofma, Van der Bank, Geldenhuys, Loubser, Scott.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
There might be one other there. We'll catch up with it as the women are still together. Just it's getting a little bit smaller, this group, but it's still full of all the contenders in here. The national champion Carla Oberholzer is there, Vera Loss is there.
And that's Juanita McKenzie on the front.
Juanita McKenzie from the Eastern Cape.
McKenzie, yes, she just got second at the EP Herald recently. She's won the PE plate on the mountain bike, also riding the Cape Epic with Mandy Augustine. And she's also very good up the climb. She's a very good climber, very good on the road bike. And you can see she's putting in a big move, Juanita McKenzie, up there.
So she's gone up the road, has Juanita McKenzie. Yeah, sort of late to the sport, but has really embraced it and taken it on in no uncertain terms, and made herself a real contender whenever she gets on the start line, be it in a mountain bike race or a road race. Fantastic to see. There she is, Juanita McKenzie.
And it might not be a bad move to be in, but the bunch definitely not giving her any road today.
And you might see some counter attacks now going as they catch Juanita. A very brave move. She's keep on going. A lot of times what you see is that riders, once they start getting caught by the bunch, they actually sit up. But Juanita is saying, no, I'm not done yet. I'm going to give it another go. And look at the gap that she's actually creating for herself.
Yeah, splitting it up, and it's sparking some action behind her. Key to keep hydrating.
Looks like she's riding in the colors of Action Cycles this year.
She and Mandy Augustine riding. They won the PE Plate mountain bike race a couple of weeks ago, and heading to the Absa Cape Epic as team elements. And now back with our men's lead group: Hofma, Scott, Van der Bank, Geldenhuys, Loubser all in here. And when last we heard, over 2 minutes of an advantage. So that is going to be a very, very difficult move to pull back. We've seen from the main peloton, so we're back with the women's race here, but the men's peloton trying all they could, some of those teams, to pull them back, but unfortunately just not happening. Meanwhile, Juanita McKenzie just off the front in the women's race.
And what you might find here with Juanita McKenzie riding off the front is that the riders are all looking towards each other. They're going, who's actually going to take it upon themselves to close this move. They might be looking, Cycle Nation might be looking towards Vera and Daniela Stradom and going, it's your guys' turn. We've worked hard. They obviously had to work hard to get Carla back in the bunch. And Vera and Daniela are saying, well, you guys have 3 riders here, so it's up to you to close the gap. And Juanita might have the opportunity to ride away. So it's always dangerous to let a move like this go.
And it's not a bad move from her. I mean, going into small chapters with 5 or 10 seconds lead just makes it able for you to ride your own pace the first section of the climb.
And that's Marley Laviskachny that actually closed her down. An 18-year-old rider, very, very strong. She also just rode Tour de Cap now in superb form, and also very exciting rider for the future.
Well, look at Juanita. She's determined just to hang off the front here and say, come on then, stay with me if you want to.
Yeah, eager to get away, but nobody wants to play with.
No. But she's setting a good pace as they're heading towards those mountains looming in the distance. Noordhoek is approaching, and they will then begin climb up little chappies. Everyone just holding on a little bit here. The tension starting to build ahead of what could be a pivotal moment in the 78-kilometer women's elite race.
Yeah, leading into a climb like this, you really need to sort of hold back and save as much energy as possible, because once the attack starts from the key riders, then it's going to be full gas from the bottom to the top.
Absolutely, and there is where the race can be won and lost in some senses. Yes, Seikabossi is still to come, but they've done one of the 3 big climbs, which was Smitswinkel, and that hasn't done a great deal to sort it out. There's Carla also just behind that. This is Juanita McKenzie still doing the work on the frontier for, well, I think for herself. As an action cycle, she's riding on her own here, but she's one of those dangerous people we were talking about a little earlier, one of those lone riders who's in good form, who you don't want to let go too far up the road.
Yes, and clearly she's got a good sprint coming off the 2nd place at EP Herald, so it'll also be a little bit easier for her if she's able to ride her own pace up the climb. As a sprinter or someone who's got a good kick, you don't want to accelerate too much up the climb and try and follow some of the climbers. So let's see how she manages the pace over Chapman's Peak.
Still in the shadows of the mountain and the trees on the far side of the Cape Peninsula as they get towards Noordhoek. Beautiful part of the Western Cape.
Kylie Hanekom back on the front
Kylie
now
on the
with
front
Paul
again.
also.
She's in good form, isn't she, Kylie?
Very, 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 very good, and also not scared to work. You can see she wants to make sure that this race is hard, and wants to go into chappies, knowing that also maybe trying to ensure that there's not that big surges in the gap. And that's also a lot of times, as Javier mentioned, when you don't feel that confident in your climbing abilities, you want the pace to be a steady pace. You don't want that surges, and that might be what Kylie is looking for.
They go past the water point down in Noordhoek now, and they'll know the crowds will be making a noise here, and they'll know that a key point in this race is approaching. What's the feeling? What's the emotion going through you in that sort of situation, Cherise?
Definitely. The spectators, one cannot say enough for going past those points, hearing the people shout. It just helps so much with the motivation. And it's one of the aspects that really can make or break an event as well, or just feeling when you're suffering, you're on the edge, and then you just hear all these people shouting, go, 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 go. And it motivates one so much.
Little Chappies is upon them now. Out of the saddle they go. Their moves happening now. There's a bit of injection of pace up front there now. That's for sure. Who's doing the driving up there? Oh, that's it. Look at it thinning out very, very quickly.
Daniela straight on, getting caught off guard a little bit at the back there.
Through the gantry now onto Little Chappies. As Cherise, you were
this
saying.
This is Shannara Grove.
Ah, okay. Shannara Grove, the rider you've tipped to possibly win this event, and she's put her nose in the wind almost for the first time here, sensibly in a way, but she's putting the power down.
Tiffany keep on her wheel. Tiffany would want to keep that wheel. You don't want to let a gap go up here.
Yeah, and that's Carla just behind her. Looks like she's tucked away in her slip.
So Shannara Grove, Tiffany Keep, Carla's in there. You see Catherine?
I saw the familiar looking VDE helmet sticking out there somewhere in the front 7, so she should look like it.
Okay, well, a little bit of a gap behind these last two riders here. The Winelands colours and the orange there, and then the riders desperately trying to latch onto the back of that as we view the Chapman's Peak climb from up in the air above beautiful Noordhoek Beach. Absolutely beautiful. These riders will be oblivious to it now as they are working hard to get up this climb and stay together. But this is what the beauty of the Western Cape has to offer. Noordhoek Village, right on the beach.
And quite interestingly, I was reading up on Chapman's Peak, and up and down Chapman's Peak, you have 114 curves. So when you talk about the technical riding of Chapman's Peak, it's not just as straightforward as going straight up and down. You have to know how to ride your bike.
Absolutely. And it's peaks out at about 168 meters above sea level, which doesn't sound a lot, but when you're going at this intensity and you've got little chappies, you've got to get up there and stay with the group. It takes it out of you. And then that long sweeping descent, technical, as you were saying, Cherise, on the other side as well, at high speed.
Yes. Lila Schwalner's just catching off back onto the back of these riders.
Sweeping down. This is off. Well, it's deceptive, isn't it?
It is super deceptive, yeah. After little chappies, even this little section, I mean, you're riding at 45, 50 k's an hour. And if it's strung out like this and you lose a little bit of a wheel, you have to work hard the first section of the climb to get back on the wheel. And that just gives it that little concertina effect from the back catching up, and then, you know, you spend unnecessary pennies.
Yeah, it takes a toll. You don't want to do any more than you absolutely have to. As Hart Bay reveals itself around this corner. Spectacular sights of this beautiful little bay. Well, that's a good pace being set up front.
It looks like Catherine Culain setting the pace up front.
Tiffany Keep looks as though she's could be in second wheel.
Doesn't look like there's any real wind on the day, so I mean this is gonna really make it hard to split the group up properly, but you can already see, I mean, that's a select few that's made the front move already.
Yeah, the 11 and the 12th is just hanging off the back, it seems. So that's the what you possibly feel is the main group. Layla Shrillness on the back here. Jonita McKenzie, who'd made a little bit of the early pace, just approaching Chapman's Peak as well.
You can see the riders are slowly starting to lose contact. Catherine really putting a good pace up there. She wants to split this bunch. Hobby, she's also been in amazing form so far this year, getting ready for the gravel season that's about to start soon. But she would want to split this race up, going over Chapman's Peak and Sacred Wossy.
100%, and she'll need to use these two climbs as a sort of springboard to set herself up for a good day.
So this, you feel, is the move, Cherise?
I think that there's going to still be a select group that comes away from this group over Sacred Wossy. I think this is just kind of softening up the riders, testing to see who's there. But Sacred Wossy, it's a tough climb, and I think that this group we're still going to see lose some riders going over Sacred Wossy.
Yeah, there was a counter attack just now, Cherise. As we can see, I think it almost looked like Jo van der Winkel jumped over Kathy when she pulled off.
Lisa Bone at the back here.
Bone.
Yeah.
She's one of the domestiques for Cycle Nation, just slowly starting to lose contact. But they would want to make it back. They are going to fight hard to make it back over the other side of Chapman's Peak. I can see Jo van der Winkel sitting third wheel there. 4 riders slowly starting to break away now.
Well, this is the damage that can be done here. That's Michaela Surtees in the dark kit on the right, just getting the inside of Lisa Bone.
Looks like there's one rider just in front of the group, in front of these.
It almost looked to me like Tiffany Keep. I don't see Tiffany, the riding style of Tiffany Keep up there, or she might be the one pacing. But Michaela City is also fighting hard to stay on the wheel of these riders.
Looks like Tiffany is chasing, and they're chasing Jo, who might be off the front.
So Tiffany Keep, yes, Tiffany Keep on the front, yeah. Carla Weber also on her wheel.
Can actually drop back a little bit. We sit just behind.
Well, Tiffany's a key, major factor, and she has been for years, year in and year out, hasn't she? When she comes to the cycle tour, always likes to be in the at the sharp end.
Definitely, and very good in a lot of different disciplines as well.
So here we have Shannara Grove on the front, Anna van der Winkel, Vera Luce, Neil Otto, Catherine Poulain, and Kayla Surtees.
There they are. That's the group just behind this one.
So Tiffany having a phenomenal race, really pacing so hard up there. And it looks like she was the one that caused the gap from them to the 4 other riders. Carla just sitting her wheel, letting Tiffany do the pacing here. And wow, she is looking very, very strong.
This is an excellent ride, closing on the summit of Chapman's Peak, and they've opened up a tiny little gap just for the time being. Opportunity to come back together on the descent on the other side.
Tiffany, an amazing bike handler. You're going to see her descend down Chapman's Peak now. It's actually quite scary to ride behind her because she takes the corners just so fast, just such a skilled rider, and very, very exciting to see her on the front. Yeah, this is a dangerous move.
Yeah, and I mean, Cherise, she also has all that skill coming from all the different disciplines that she's raced in before. We know she's been good on the cross country, on the marathon, even on certain gravel races as well. So that definitely comes in handy on descents.
Yes, a phenomenal sprinter. She actually took on Lotte Kopecky, the world champion last year, and got second to her, but not by much. She's a very, very strong rider.
She's riding this year for Das Hansling Bikes, Continental Women's Tour team. So, 23-year-old, and yes, she's a multiple champion at junior level on the mountain bike and the road, and she's maturing into a serious contender. Wonderful to see.
I think we have to mention that age again, Gerald. 23 years old. I feel like Tiffany has been, she's been around for such a long time that one forgets actually how young she still is.
Absolutely, yeah. Having just said that 23, she seems to have been at this end of the race so often over the last 4 or 5 or 6 years. And that has been now starting to really mature and evolve into a serious race-winning contender here. Carla also to the front on the descent.
And looks like that group behind them are coming in at quite a speed.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a very big gap, but it all depends on if Carla and Tiffany works together. They might have a chance, but it's quite a big group. Looks like Joanna van der Winkel might be the one on the front trying to bring this back.
I think that looks like Shonara, yeah. I think she put the hammer down, but rightly so. They would have had to chase as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they also gave them too much rope, they would have probably not seen them again.
For sure.
Super fast, lots of those corners that you were talking about earlier here. Got to really be on your game here and focused. Bay at the base, and then that final assault for these women up Seikabosi, which is where you feel the decisive move could be made.
And these riders would want to work together now to make sure that the big bunch doesn't come back together before Chapman's Peak. And I think you're going to see some cohesion now happening between these riders.
Yeah, those with teammates would definitely call on them to pick the pace up, just keep the momentum going, rolling down Chapman's Peak so that they don't get brought back. We see Carla sitting here at the back, closely on Vera's wheel.
Yeah, clever riding by the two, perhaps, well, experienced, I don't say most experienced because Joe's in here as well, but just making sure that others can do the work. They will sit and follow the wheels here. And
well, I think between Carla Oberholzer and Vera Luce, they're definitely the two favorites in this group. Yeah. So they're going to not give each other an inch of space anywhere up until the finish line.
Absolutely.
And Vera also one of those riders that holds her cards very close to her heart. It's always tricky to know how she's feeling. She doesn't play her moves too early, and I've seen her drop on a number of occasions and come back and then still win a race. So she's down but never out.
Super strong rider she is, yeah. And of course they won the Cape Epic last year with Kim LeCourt. Now
on the left we can see the leading men is still going strong, and this lead group has quite good cohesion, rolling through nicely, all of them still together, the top 5, 6 of them.
So identified Bradley Scott there, the big figure in the Honeycomb kit. He's a young man with great potential, and he's doing some great work here for this group. They have been incredibly cohesive and doing a great job, and that's why they've got a substantial lead. We can't give you the lead just at this stage. We'll be guessing if we were to do that, but last we heard, probably more than 10-12 kilometers ago, it was 2 minutes and 14 seconds. No sight of the chase bunch at this stage.
And on the right-hand side, you see Tennille Otto just putting a little counter move in there. Riding off the front.
Yeah, down into Hart Bay. What's the motivation behind that, do you think, Cherise?
Tennille, she would love for this bunch also to split up a little bit, and I think she's also just putting pressure on the riders to try and see if she can get a gap going into Hart Bay and up Seikabosi, and trying to see who's going to chase her. I think what you want is you want the riders to look at each other, to go kind of you chase, no you chase, and give her 30 seconds. Tennille needs 30 seconds up Seikabosi, and she could actually very well keep it.
goes faster now. 8 riders in this group of the women's elite race, including the national champion of South Africa and Namibia. So this is a very select group.
Apparently quite windy on the other side of Chapman's Peak, so we might see some team tactics also come into play here.
They're winding down in towards Hout Bay, and up in the men's race, a bit of action.
Yeah, we can see it looks like there's a bit of a select group that's split off the front of the men's bunch.
This is Dan Loubser.
Dan Loubser, yeah, it is Dan Loubser. A distinctive bike. Yep, he's going very well. This is typical Dan Loubser stuff.
Typical. He obviously wants to take on Chapman's Peak on his own, ride his own pace, or he maybe felt that the guys in the back are riding a bit too conservatively and took it upon himself to open up the gap.
He knows this terrain, he knows this area like the back of his hand, so he'll be measuring out every pedal stroke, knowing where it's going to take him, and well, he's got a little bit of a gap here.
Yeah, the one thing you'll need to do is just keep an eye on his shoulder, looking back the whole time, just making sure that the guys in the breakaway don't let him hang there and spend unnecessary energy. Otherwise, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. So if he sees he's got a bit of a gap, he'll need to stay composed and just look back every now and then to see, you know, is it really worth it?
They could just let him hang out there and burn up his energy.
Yes, or rather just, you know, sit up, wait for the guys and just ride with them, and maybe once we hit the climb, go full gas there.
Sipho Malele, they passing through, and this is Dan Loubser going beautifully here for his... he's in the colours of freewheel psychology, but riding on his own in this this race as he does.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, for certain riders as privateers, it works out better because you can jump off the team tactics of the other bigger teams. It's obviously a little bit of a gamble because if you're caught out on the wrong side of the tape or in the wrong position, you need to take it upon yourself to sort of get back into the move, chase a break back, or put yourself in a race-winning position.
Hout Bay Harbour, that's not far from where they'll turn at the bottom of the circle and make their way up into Hout Bay town. A little bit of a climb through the town, and then it dips down, and then Suikerbossie begins.
Yeah, and Suikerbossie as well. The beginning of the climb, it's quite steep, and then you think, okay, the worst is over until you get to the robots, and then it gets even worse.
Feels like there's a whole nother Suikerbossie once you hit the robots, and you're 100% right. The Blake so often happens actually once you hit those traffic lights, because everyone thinks you've made it, and the riders that are strong enough puts in the move there, and that's where you see a break go a lot of times.
Well, this is that group of 8 women.
Looks like Jo van der Winkel coming with a flyer.
She's chasing someone down.
He's chasing someone down. I almost think that might be to Neil Otto again.
With Dan Loubser, who's still up on his own in the men's race for the time being, but that group behind just a couple of seconds off the pace.
Yeah, holding back a little bit. So you'll definitely need to make a call soon, like, is it worth it spending this much energy for 5 seconds, or rather just sit up, wait for the group to come back and ride with them and hit it on the climb?
Well, coming out of that water, he put in a bit of an effort, so he's looking now, he's decided to go all in a bit, yeah.
Looks like it. Looks like he's committed, and I mean, it's the type of decision you need to make in a position like this. It's either go for it or leave it.
Yeah, he won't die wondering. He'll go and see if he can go. Now, here are the women. There has been a move. Jo van der Winkel is chasing down.
To Neil Otto, in fact.
To Neil Otto,
Neil Otto in the front, putting the pressure on now up Suikerbossie, with Jo van der Winkel just about to join on her wheel.
And that'll put Cycle Nation in quite a good position because they still have Carla Oberholzer sitting in the back little group, and some of the other riders will need to take it upon themselves to sort of put the pace down and bring these two back.
Definitely, and with Joe van der Winkel and Carla Oberholzer, you also see they have such a good team dynamic, and they hardly have to communicate. They just know what the other person is thinking, and I think it's almost that telepathy that you were touching on earlier, Barbia, when you've been in a team for a really long time and you know your teammates and you know what's expected and what to do, and that is really what you find with Joe and Carla.
Well, they hold the aces here, don't they? The Cycle Nation Sandton City team, your team that you did ride for last year.
Yes, I rode for Cycle Nation Sandton City in 2023. Fantastic riding and doing so much good for the sport.
Looks like in the men's race, Tiens van der Bank's jumping across to Dan Loopshow, which will be quite a good move.
Yeah, that's an interesting move.
Oh no, that's Andrew Geldenhuys.
Yeah, sitting on the wheel of Dan Loopshow. Well, this is a fascinating little dynamic happening in the men's race.
And it looks like the time gap has come down to 1 minute, unconfirmed 1 minute to the break. So the bunch has definitely picked up the pace a lot.
Well, they've done an enormous amount of work if they've closed it down that much and they're going to catch that break.
Yeah, sometimes what will happen, I mean, we see Team Honeycomb here putting in a couple of moves. I'm not sure if they maybe have team orders where Mark or someone said, listen, I'm feeling good today, bring that break back. Because we've got one rider in there out of 6, our chances of winning isn't that great. But sometimes what they'll also do is like put in a couple of soft moves just to confuse the bunch a little bit, and then eventually they slack off.
Meanwhile, this is Loopshow, flick of the elbow, asking Geldenhuys to come through. He is seemingly a little initially reluctant, and then he does.
Yeah, it looks like they exchanged a couple of words there. Maybe.
Joe van der
Winkel now. She countered Danielle Otto, and this is a very, very good move for Joe, pushing now over the front.
Yeah, they're on Suikerbossie now, the last major climb for the women here. And Joe van der Winkel has hauled in Danielle Otto and put a couple of seconds into her and her rivals. And her teammate, Carla Oberholzer, is in that group there. So this is could well be a team move.
This is the ideal situation.
Yeah.
Because Joe's going to keep on pushing on the front, and it's going to put pressure on all the other riders to close that gap, while Carla can just sit and follow the wheels and make sure that she doesn't miss any of the moves.
For sure, that exposes a bit of Tiffany Keep, Vera Lusa, Catherine Culain. They're going to need to put their nose on the front of the bunch and expose a bit of what they've got and bring the move back.
There's the bunch there. It's not a huge gap, but it's significant enough on Suikerbossie.
Yeah, especially on Suikerbossie. The descent after Suikerbossie is quite long, so the bigger the gap can be for Joe, the bigger her chances of staying away, because it's one of those descents where you have to sort of work hard on a descent. You can't just freewheel, otherwise you go too slow.
Tiffany Keep now taking the work. She knows that she needs to close this gap down. She's putting in the hard work. Shonara Grove on her wheel.
Well, I tell you what, that's a big move and a very impressive one from Tiffany Keep.
Massive attack.
Wow. Shonara Grove and Carla Oberholzer, Vera Lusa and Joe van der Winkel. This is a move as they're nearing the top of Suikerbossie. Tiffany Keep.
Yeah, Tiffany obviously in great form. You can see, I haven't seen her climbing like this in quite a while. So she's obviously put in the hard yards over the last couple of months to be in this kind of shape.
And
And also mentally, I think mentally just being in a position where you feel that you can fight, that you actually willing to risk it all out there. And Hobby, like I think a lot of times when you come into a race like this, mentally being on point and strong enough almost plays as big a role as being physically fit enough to do this.
Definitely, and obviously also with the maturity of the rider. Like you guys mentioned, she is quite young, but there's a lot of external factors and pressures coming into a race like the cycle tour because it's such a big event. So being able to manage that and process that and not let it take up too much of your sort of mental space coming into this event is quite important.
Some dynamic going on here in the women's race. Realty Dynamics sending a man up to join the Honeycomb riders here, but a couple of seconds ahead of the main bunch.
Yeah, it's not too far. Obviously, the Realty Dynamics rider just covering moves. They've got two guys in front, so they shouldn't want to work with the guy trying to bridge. So I wonder what the plan is behind that with Honeycomb. I think they might want to bring the break back by the looks of things.
So on the left, just frozen picture there was our leading pair of Dan Loebscher and Henry Gelderhuis going up the early part of Little Chappies.
This looks like Christian Janssen van Rensburg as well, also a really strong rider.
And alongside him is Reese McDonald, or just behind him, for Realty.
In Realty Dynamics, really having a superb race. They've been in every move, having two riders up in the early break. It's really been a good day for them.
Absolutely, and Henry Gelderhuis in that lead is obviously in good form with that Herald win behind him and a couple of podium places in the local races around the Western Cape. So down, Llandudno down in that shadow there. And down just on the lower part of that will be the Seikabossi climb.
And you can see Team Honeycomb, they look a bit organized on the front of the bunch now, so they're going to most probably make it as hard as they can going up Chapman's Peak and going over Seikabossi.
Christian Janssen van Rensburg went up and said to a little conversation with, at least the Realty Dynamics went up to him and said, no, come back here. And now they're on this climb up Chapman's Peak.
So we just hit too windy, and I think it's also going to play a big role if it's windy on the other side of Chapman's Peak going into Seikabossi. The wind plays such a big factor also on where you go and on how hard you go. And also if you have a teammate, you could find teams putting into the gutter.
Scary moment there for our leading women coming. There's a wrap bale in the middle of the road there, and they managed to get past it. I hope the men see it as alertly as the women did here. They're on the descent, and Dudno on their left-hand side in the shadow of the mountains. The climbing done now, it is all down to a game of tactics, strength, perseverance, and who wants it most. 4 riders.
4 riders, so they really put the hammer down going over Seikabossi. Split that group up properly.
It looks like it's Carla Orbital, also Joanna van der Winkel, Shonara Grove, and Tiffany Keith.
Well, we've touched on it a bit, that experience and youth that's infusing in the women's group as a whole, and it comes down to 4 riders here across that experience spectrum. It's wonderful to see how it's going to unfold.
Definitely, and also if they're going to work together to make sure that they keep the rest off, because there must be quite a big chasing bunch also behind with Vera Luce, Catherine Coulaine. So
I think it looks like Vera Luce might be in front.
Vera is in there, and Joanna dropped. Yes, you are correct.
So this is a very strong group.
Yeah, it's most likely they are going to play a little bit of cat and mouse going through Camps Bay, which might allow the chasing pack to come back. but that'll be in the favor of Carla, because then she has Joe back in the game and really able to help her in the finish.
Break into the sunshine now with Atlantic Ocean on their left. It's Viralos at the back here. And then Sonara Quave, then Tiffany Keep and Carla Orbol. So all in this group of 4. But the gap probably not as significant as they would wish it to be at this stage. And again, if they play a bit too much cat and mouse, that group comes back.
Yes, I mean 2 years ago, when I was in the break with Mark, they actually dropped me over Seikaborsi, and I managed to come back on my own, just because they were like looking at each other a little bit, and like playing a little bit of games, and that slight hesitation can be very beneficial for the group behind. But by the looks of things, it looks like these 4 ladies are really committing to getting down there as fast as possible. So it might be difficult for the group behind catching up.
All right, Charisse, I'm going to ask you your perspective on this sort of scenario. The 4 riders here, there's one's going to win. Let's put it, I mean, notwithstanding that the group might catch them, but one's going to, how is the dynamic playing out there? All in for how long?
I think these riders are going all in for the finish. They've worked so hard up Seikaborsi. The fact that they've dropped Joanna van der Winkel means the pace must have been so high. And I don't think that you're going to put in that effort and then want the group to come back together. Again, we have 3 sprinters actually. There was Shonara Grove being a superb track rider. Vera Lusa can sprint. Tiffany Keep can sprint. And I think there's going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse, but for now, I actually think that they're going to work together. But as I'm sitting here, my hands are actually starting to sweat. I just remember this feeling of being here, and now you go, how hard do I work? How you want to make sure that this break goes, but you don't want to do more than what the guy next to you is doing or the guy in front of you is doing. So it's going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse, but they still have to keep the pace up to make sure that the rest of the bunch does not come back.
Yeah, that is the game of the psychological game that goes on not only within the group but within your own mind, I'm sure you're alluding to.
Definitely.
And you'll definitely see a couple of poker faces as well, you know, a rider, you know, making as if they're suffering more than they're really suffering, because it's all part of the game. It's very strategic in this moment.
Well, on Chapman's Peak, it's Dan Loubser and Henry Gelderhuis on their own up front in the men's elite race. Now, the Ineos lead vehicle is coming to the finish line. It'll be the first vehicle to cross the line. That fantastic Grenadiers vehicle. Well, it will cross the line, I hope. Because the under-17s should be getting towards the finish. The Grenadiers vehicle is just stopped on that finish line, but it will clear the line, and it will make space for the under-17s, then the women and the men here, and then the thousands and thousands behind them. Remember, they are starting until just before, for another 40 minutes or so, they'll be starting.
Wow.
Alan Hatherley doing the drive here. Jaco Venter behind them. Here's a group that you want to look at.
This is really a group you need to be
Alex
in.
Miller.
Alan Hatherley, Alex Miller, Jaco Venter, Charlie Aldridge.
Oh, here we go. They're just over the top, this pair, and that group didn't look as though they were too far behind.
No, it didn't look like it. Obviously, the 2 guys in front have been riding a bit more of a consistent pace, and they've been in the break the whole day as well, so they must definitely feel their legs a little bit. But the speed at which the guys at the back, Alan Hatherley, Jaco Venter, Charlie Aldridge, Alex Miller, will be coming over Chapman's Peak would be fast and furious.
That's a powerhouse group, that is for sure. So that's just getting to the summit of Chapman's Peak behind this pair of Dan Loubser and Henry Gelderhuis, so looking over their shoulders, trying to catch a glimpse of where they are. It's fascinating.
Definitely, and even on this descent as well, they would, around every bend, just need to sort of look back a little bit, not spend too much energy in case the guys are close and they do get caught, that they have enough fuel left in the tank to jump on the back of the group.
Last year when Chris Jooster won this race, he was very clever in the way he managed to perhaps do less work than anyone else in the group, and had the kick left in his legs at the finish. But it's all about managing your efforts and being very, very clever. This is that group chasing.
Yeah, we see about 9-10 riders in the front here. I can see the figures of Honeycomb. It should probably Mark Pritson or Tristan Rakier in there as well.
Hathley and Aldrich. Aldrich, an Englishman who is with the Cannondale Factory Racing Team. Alan Hathley's trade team on the mountain bikes.
And a previous under 23 world champ, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So he's definitely got the engine and the firepower.
Absolutely.
And by the way, he was pacing a Tour de Cup the past week. He's got the strength and he's on form as well.
It speaks with experience there, having felt that pain.
Yeah, I definitely felt that pain. He was one of the causes that my heart rate would have reached 200.
Yes. So Geldenhuys on the descent here. The pharmacist in Stellenbosch. And this is what he does early in the mornings. This is what makes the sport incredible, doesn't it, Charisse and RBA? You both have ridden for a living for a little while, dare I say it, advisedly a living, but covering 2, 3, 4 jobs at the same time and trying to race at the sharp end.
Oh yeah, no, it gets difficult, but I mean, you know, out of my own experience, I've always been super passionate about cycling. So, you know, it's difficult to get that bug off of you once it's bitten. And the reward of finishing on a podium, or like Cherise winning the cycle tour at the end of the day, you know, it's a massive feeling, and it's something you can't really explain to anybody.
You're covering a few bases at the moment, Cherise, but all very deeply involved in cycling, which is wonderful. Still.
Definitely. I love the sport. As Hobby said, like you do this sport because you're passionate about it, and we want to make it better for the future. But yeah, definitely hats off to to everyone that works and rides. I know my dad actually trains with a group, and they train at 3:30 in the mornings. I'm not that extreme yet, but I was chatting to Charlie Aldrich at the Twitter Cup, and I asked him if it was fun, and he says, "Well, waking up at 5 o'clock definitely is it."
Yeah.
So it's an adjustment for the pro riders to get up so early and to start racing so early in the morning for the cycle tour.
Yeah, one of the rare privileges of being paid to ride a bike full time is that you can start later.
Yeah.
But here we go. Yeah, this is a great contest, isn't it? Here, the big strong bunch behind here chasing down this pair as they head down Chapman's Peak. We caught a glimpse a little bit earlier of our quartet of women. Lest we remind you, they are closing in on the finish, snaking through the Atlantic seaboard very shortly. And Carlo Olbosa, Vera Losa, Snara Kove and Tiffany Keeper in that bunch. We weren't sure what the gap was back to them, but that's the scenario. And this is the under-17s getting into the finish. Bobbing heads, driving for the finish. 3 riders got away, and the big man in the front there is the man in the middle who takes the victory.
And Charlie Aldrich actually is, in fact, the current under-23 world champion.
Beg your pardon? We missed that, sorry.
Charlie Aldrich, the current under-23 world champion.
3 world champion.
For the XCO. Guys, that's going to be a race for these men.
Absolutely. This is that group.
Jakob Fencer looking amazing, Javier.
Yeah, he's definitely on good form. And I think this in front looks almost like Luke Moyer, who's also quite a prominent XCO rider. He's got the engine as well, so the combination of this move is also a big move you would really want to be part of.
Luke Moore stunned everyone by getting in the move at the Ride Joburg 947 last year and finishing second to Mark Pritson.
Yes, yeah, he had an amazing race there. I remember coming into the finish, he was stuck just a little bit behind Kent Main, who had an unfortunate crash in that last turn.
Luke's back coming off an ankle, quite serious ankle injury in this December, making his way back and clearly showing he's in some very, very good form. Another bright star on the mountain bike firmament is Luke Moore from the Western Cape. Flat road now before they hook right. Sorry, Cherise.
Looks like this is the chasing bunch, the big main bunch now. Trying to make their way back.
Yeah, this is looks like the bunch behind that prominent group with Alex Miller, Jaco Venter, and Alan Athley and Charlie Aldridge. They'll most likely get close to the group, and they've got the front guys in sight.
Yes.
Dan Locher having a phenomenal day. I don't think Dan is out. I still expect him to attack up Sacred Wars. I think he's using Hanru Polonais to kind of propel him forward as much as he can, and then attack up Sacred Wars to see if he can actually hold off a little bit more of a gap going up there.
It's all boiling up here. We're at the finish, and we can hear the screaming and shouting at the finish line not far away from us, with the under-17s finishing, and very soon we'll see the women coming to that finish line. Meanwhile, the men's race developing beautifully now as they head through Hart Bay. That's that water point, which will be teeming in a few hours' time, with the riders stopping to get refueled ahead of the climb up Sekwasi. Beautiful conditions for the riders. We talked about wind.
Yeah, looking at the finish line here, it's quite died down. Looks very quiet, so this is perfect conditions for quite a fast race today. And I wonder, in this chasing bunch, a lot of the teams have the key riders up in front, Team Honeycomb, Mad Max, so it'll be difficult to sort of organize something and get everything settled to get a proper chase going to catch them again up Suikerbossie.
Just to fill you in on that under-17 sprint finish, it looks like Josh Johnson, these are unconfirmed, but Josh Johnson got the win ahead of Dean Woolley, with Faraz Khatib taking third and Daniel Leroux in fourth place. That was the under-17 sprint finish we saw a short while ago. Josh Johnson taking the win there in the sprint. Back with our men's race here.
And Gerald, this is a super strong split. I just saw the likes of Sasha Weber, Kent Main, Mark Pritson peeling off the front there. This is Alan Athley, Charlie Aldridge, Alex Miller.
They're all there.
Jaco Venter.
Yep.
So all the pre-race favorites are in this front move. And we can't see the bunch behind them yet, so it's a high likelihood that they'll stick it to the line.
Well, it's boiled up beautifully, this race in the 2024 Cape Town Cycle Tour. Seldom lets you down in terms of drama and excitement, and the key contenders getting in the front, and perhaps one who we look at and think, how did he get there? And there we are. That's the sort of race it is. There's so many riders with such ambition and drive and focus to perform here. And on the day, if it all falls into place, you can have the race of your life.
Yeah, I mean, the Cape Town Cycle Tour is a type of race where if you get a good result here, you know you'll get a good team and good sponsor for the next year. So it's vitally important for the riders as well, for themselves and their sponsors, to be on top shape.
Aldrich just pulled aside there to have a look at the group.
Dan Locher has been caught by that very strong bunch, and still quite impressive for him to actually stick with this. His recent representation at Tour of Rwanda, I think, gave him some good form. very impressive that he's actually able to still stick with them after being in the break for such a long time.
So Sakabossi. Alan Hatherley there, second wheel.
Kent Main,
then
Jaco Venter, Mark Britson, Alec Miller, Sasha Weber
in the red.
in the red.
Yep.
To his right hand side, can't see that rider.
So Hatherley setting the pace, Kent Main, then Jaco Venter out of the saddle. A few more experienced riders anywhere in South Africa than that man. Mark Pritson sitting comfortably. He's seldom or far from the front in any race he does, Mark Pritson.
Yeah, I mean, he knows with his background.
Sorry, you can see the speed in which they're passing the other riders, just how fast Alan is really pacing up here.
It's one of those things, isn't it, for us amateurs? We bewildered how quickly they are going. Now, that's the lead group of men stringing it out up the Sakabossi, and this is the group of women heading towards the finish here around Sea Point. This is the quartet of riders are still together. Carla Orbol, Vera Losa. It is Tiffany Keep and Shannara Khruver. Well, it's going to come from this.
Definitely.
2 kilometers to go.
Yeah, 2 kilometers to go. I don't think there's any chance of the pack catching them again, unless these four come to a complete dead stop, which won't happen.
So they've got 3 good kicks here in Keep, Khruver, and Vera Losa. Carla Orbol, so how's she going to win this, Cherise?
She's such an experienced rider, and she will know. She's been practicing her sprints and she's working on her kick, but also very important with the cycle to Hobby, timing. It's absolutely everything. I've said that moment that you feel that you need to kick and start your sprint at cycle tour, you almost need to go 1, 2, 3 and then start it, because it's such a long sprint. You see the finish, you have all this anticipation going, and it's so easy to open up too early, and then you can't hold it to the line.
Oh, definitely. And also, I mean, in a group of 4 like these ladies are, you know, you almost guaranteed a podium. So your emotions might get the better of you, and then you start kicking too early, which might be your downfall in losing a podium.
Past the Winchester Mansions.
You don't want to be on the front.
Yeah, Tiffany Keep on the front now. She's in there.
On
then
the
it's
front.
Vera Losa and Shannara Khruver, and then Carla showing all her experience sitting here. She doesn't want to get too far off the back here. There's some powerhouses up front ahead of her. They're into the sunshine now, closing in on the finish, keeping their cards close to their chest just for now. Who's it going to be? Carla, just having a look.
1 kilometer.
Yeah, 1K away. When's the kick? When's the explosion? Drifting across the road is Tiffany Keep. Big and powerful. She's shown great form this year. She's been in the mix entire years gone by, but never has she been this close, I fancy, to taking the biggest win of her South African career here.
I feel like my heart rate is almost 200 sitting here.
They're going to come and you'll see them go through those traffic lights very shortly, and then you know that finish line. Timing. Cherise, you say, where is it? When is it? When would 100%. It be?
After the traffic lights, 200 meters to go. That's where you want to open it up. I think Shannara is sitting in a very, very good position. Like I said, she is a track rider. She has a very powerful kick on her. But Vera also, I mean, Vera has just shown she's got the experience. Tiffany sitting on the front for the last 3 kilometers. It's not ideal, but again, it's about who wants this most. Carla, you can't throw it away. Carla knows she's very good at timing her sprints perfectly. My money is still going to be on Shannara for this win.
Going through those traffic lights, there was a glance over her shoulder from Carla, because they have been playing a bit of cat and mouse here and really slowed down. You almost, Shannara was just rolling there for a moment. They're fearful of getting caught, but I don't think they're going to be, because this is the conclusion of the elite women's race here, with Tiffany Keep on the front. Vera Losa, she knows she has the power. She's shown it. She won a sprint finish at the Rye Joburg 947. She's got that power. She's got experience as well. Has ridden many, many races. They're into the barriers now. Hugging the side is Tiffany Keep. Vera Losa. Carla's moved up to third wheel. Sonara Crever's dropped. Here goes Sonara Crever. She's going to go. Tiffany Keep's going to try and jump on her wheel. Crever's going to go. Can she hold it all the way? Crever has a bike length on Tiffany Keep. Is it enough? Has she gone too early? Carla Obolsa is at the back here. Here comes Vera Losa trying to wind it up, but it's going to be Sonara Crever, I think, who got that. Although Tiffany Keep raises her arms, and Tiffany Keep has got it. What a finish! Tiffany Keep has won it. It took a moment, but then it was that Tiffany Keep raised her arms in the air, and she had done just enough in the last meter or two to pip Sonara Crever, who will finish in second place. Well ridden, Tiffany Keep.
That is awesome. And I mean, Sharisi just spoke about timing, and unfortunately, I think Sonara went a little bit too early, and Tiffany timed that to the T.
Holy moly, that was so close. When the riders don't immediately put up their hands, you know that is close.
You know it's close, yeah.
So that was a spectacular sprint. Tiffany's leading essentially the last 2 kilometers and still winning the sprint. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, an illustration of her incredible form at the moment and delivering on that rich potential she has shown for years and years. The biggest win of her career, Tiffany Keep in the Cape Town Cycle Tour here. She'll be absolutely delighted. She's just 23 and she's put her name right at the top of the list today at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Really, really impressive win for Tiffany Keep. And well, Carla Olbosa, and she's beaten some serious experience there. And Carla Olbosa, Vera Losa, and well, Sonara Crever, well, she'll learn next time round. I think you were talking so much, Charisse, about timing, and well, she can argue that she got it wrong by about 2 meter, if that.
I would love
that's
to
what it
see
takes.
a photo finish of that. I'm still almost too scared to call it. That looks very
I know.
close.
There they are. Well, smiling, beaming face of Tiffany. And Sonara Crever there. Oh, what a finish. Vera and husband Connie are there having a discussion and about what might have gone wrong.
Yeah, I saw him riding past you on his mountain bike earlier on, so it's cheering and spectating.
Well, you can sense the disappointment on her face there for the Infinity Vision Insure rider, the Namibian champion Vera Losa. She's got plenty of big fish to fry this year, not the least of which starting next week.
You should be on a bicycle, Doris.
Comforting hug from husband Connie. Race director David Belair marshalling the troops, and that's our winner, Tiffany Keep. What a performance, what a ride.
Well, I mean, she tactically played it really smart. Went up at Chapman's Peak, she put the pace down, rode her own steady tempo, got a bit of a gap, came back together, and then sort of saved the legs for Suikerbossie, and then committed over Suikerbossie to the line with the 3 other riders. So
well done.
So really good race from Tiffany Keep.
Wonderful to see. So drama and excitement in the women's race, and disappointment. Yes. It's Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, she must have probably been just in the group behind them going over Suikerbossie. Yeah, looking at the photo.
Well, I'm looking at the official finish website, the timekeepers on finish time, and they still haven't posted a result yet. They have now. Just Tiffany Keep has won the 2024 Cape Town Cycle Tour ahead of Vera Losa, Carla Olbosa, Joe van der Winkel. Catherine Collane, Tennille Otto, and Michaela Surtees, the top 7 in the women's race. There we go, 2 hours 12:01 is the winning time. Shonara, I don't see her name here.
Yeah, I think there's a name missing.
Yes. Yes, they haven't
But
picked up...
2:12 actually beating last year's time by 1 minute, and that's quite impressive. And you can see that the pace was high. Once they got away over Chapman's Peak, there was no looking back. They made the bunch even smaller up Sekerbosi, and as you mentioned, Tiffany really putting the hammer down. She's worked very hard over the past few months, and a very, very well-deserved winner today.
Oh, record time at 2:07. 2019.
There we go. At least I have one thing still standing.
Wow. Phenomenal time, yeah. But this is now back with the men's race. So, Pritzen, Venter, Ulrich, Miller, Hatherley. Is Sasha Weber still in there?
Yes, he's still there. Sasha is there.
Yes, he's there.
Kent Main.
Main is still there. This is a very, very select group of top contenders here.
I think this finish is going to really come down to experience. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens, because there's a lot of strong guys. And someone like Kent Main wouldn't want it to come down to a bit of a small group sprint, because that's also not one of his strengths. So he's definitely going to try something in the last couple of kilometers, try his luck and slip away. But I doubt that he's going to get any rope from the compatriots in the breakaway.
No. So that's Pritzen, number 10. At the back here, number 21 is Jaco Venter. Then ahead of Pritzen is Alex Miller. And at the back here,
looks like an international rider. Can't really see his number at the moment.
He's one of those men, isn't he? There's Sasha Weber is number 22, riding in the same team, the team Mad Max, as Jaco Venter.
And I think it's also quite important to note that Alan Hatherley and Charlie Aldrich, I think that they are the only people with essentially a teammate in here. So that will play into the favor of Charlie Aldrich and definitely help with the team tactics.
Yes, for sure. And we've seen how Charlie can sprint after this week's Tour Cup as well. So Alan most likely will play into that support role coming into the finish for Charlie as well.
Flying through Camps Bay as our leading men get to the business end of the Cape Town Cycle Tour here in 2024.
And there we go. Alan is starting to put the pace on.
Hatherley. Red helmet is Alex Miller. Tucked in behind is Kent Main. Mountain stage winner of the Tour of Rwanda a couple of years ago.
And he's also, when we did it in 2020 on Team Pro Touch, he finished 3rd overall in general classification. So a really strong climber.
He's the driving force behind the RKC collective team. Kent Main, Chris Jooster, Ron Deploy and Keenan Ruitt making a fist of it of the demise of their pro teams, and it's great to see the passion that you were talking about as riders to just keep it going.
Oh, 100%. And also with their whole setup, they all work as well. So this is sort of I wouldn't say a side hustle, but because they're really good and talented, but they're keeping this driving passion going forward with what they can and what they've got at the moment.
Eight riders in there.
And again, I'm going to say that this sprint is going to come down to who gets the timing right. I think there's a lot of riders here that
move from the back there
before. Oh,
someone has jumped very, very early.
Almost looks like Sasha Weber, or the rider we couldn't recognize or identify earlier on.
Now, how are they going to react to this?
That was a powerful kick.
The guys will definitely look at Charlie Aldridge and Alan Astley to sort of set the tempo, because they're the only riders with teammates in the front. Kent Main.
I thought it might be Kent Main. As you were saying earlier, he doesn't want to get involved in a sprint. So Kent Main goes up the road for RKC Collective. So bold move. He perhaps realizes he'd be outgunned on a sprint here, and this is his gamble.
Definitely, but what Kent will do here is commit 110%, because this is his sort of only chance at the moment, and that'll put a lot of pressure on the guys behind, because that means one or two riders in the back group also have to commit 110% to bring him back.
Well, Cherise is talking about Aldrich.
Lead there.
Yeah, and Aldrich and Hathaway are a team. So there's Honeycomb, Aldrich on the front. One rider we tried to identify is the one just ahead of Jaco Venter there. There's Sasha Weber just struggling to hold on to the wheel of Jaco Venter. He's up the road.
Sasha is also is a very experienced rider, so I think he's probably hanging off with intention to come with a flyer when he sees the opportunity.
Winding it up slowly but surely, the German rider. Big cyclocross background as well, and a marathon mountain biker.
Yes, and is also a top 10 finisher in the Cape Epic together with Jaco Venter. So
Pace is behind now. Kent Main is up the road. There he goes.
Wow.
Solo attack, Kent Main. He's got so much experience as Kent Main. He's been around the traps. Has he got enough left in him to hold it all the way to the line? It's a long way to go.
It's a long way to go, and this section to the finish line, the last 10Ks, feels very long, but it comes super fast. So the chasing group behind as well. I mean, if they give him another 10-20 seconds, then he might just hold it to the line.
And he can hold a steady pace. I think anyone in the bunch knows that if there's a rider that you don't want to let or give too much of a gap for, it's Kent Main. He's proved that time and time again, that once he gets that gap, he can hold it.
And how much cohesion, is there anything in this group of any working together here? Are they just, now there seems to be a bit of motivation here.
Yeah, I think they realize it's now or never.
Yeah.
I see Charlie, it looks like Charlie Aldridge on the front, trying to put the hammer down, making that gap smaller. Britson pulled off a little bit.
Britson at the back here, Miller behind him, in front of him, beg your pardon.
You see, and Mark already sort of playing the card tactically now, just, missing a turn or two, because then you save a little bit of energy. Kent also has really good descending skills, so these corners will sort of come into his favor, just like for him to hold a little bit of a gap.
So is he holding his breath now as he approaches the Sea Point swimming bath? There's Kent Main looking for glory here on his own, a solo attack. Very late, but with a long way out for glory at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. All in. It's all or nothing for him now.
All or nothing. He's even wearing his Chivita speed suit today, so he's feeling really fast.
Making it count. Here come the chase group. Hathaway on the front, Alex Miller, Charlie Aldridge, Mark Pritson. At one rider, who's still to pick up. Jaco Venter in there as well. Main, has he gone too early? Look at the gap behind him. He looks over the shoulder to see, has he got enough in the tank here?
That cat and mouse definitely working in his favor, and I almost think that they are leaving this too late, and I think Kent is going to pull this off.
Well, this is it'll be an incredible performance by Kent Main. Aldrich, it looks like driving the pace on the front. Critson behind him.
You know, they don't have any choice now. I mean, everybody needs to commit if they want to bring back Kent, because Kent, I think they already gave him a little bit too much rope. And I think, like Cherise said, this is a really good chance he's going to hold that gap to the line.
Well, this would be, if it is to be, a major, major boost to him and his team and his career for Kent Main. So
and the mouth is open. He's giving everything he has now.
He's all in, isn't he?
So close, but so far.
Well, it's a famous beachfront property. Here's Sasha Weber, giving it all, as you suggested he would. Charlie Aldrich and Alan Hatherley. Then it's Miller. They go past the Winchester Hotel. But I fancy it might be all over up ahead of them, because Kent Main will be closing in on that set of robots, and he won't be worried about timing. He'll just be worried about those behind him catching him. Here he is.
You know,
can he hang on?
I really hope Kent can keep this gap going, and I'm sure he will. This will definitely make up for the crash here at Rye Joburg end of last year.
Absolutely. He was in the frame there well, people are crossing the road behind him, which suggests that they are, he has got a big enough gap. I think that might be Weber, one of the riders chasing up for second place, because up ahead, Kent Main is heading for the finish on his own.
So I think that rider we couldn't recognize, Gerald, is Luke Moyer.
Thank you very much, Luke Moyer. Not the first time, I'm afraid. We haven't been able to identify young Luke.
Oof, and this is going to come down to the finish.
Kent Main, look.
Kent Main is holding on now. Can he hold on long enough? Behind him is Clean Road for now as he looks behind, hugs the barrier.
He's going to make it. What a legend.
What a ride. What a performance by the 28-year-old Kent Main from Johannesburg.
Wow.
He takes the cycle tour in 2024 for his brand new team, RKC Collective. Congratulations, the champion in 2024.
That's super awesome. And, you know, it's probably a first as well. We haven't seen a solo rider ride away in years. Second is Charlie Aldrich, or is that Alan Hatherley?
I think Aldrich and then Hatherley, yeah. What a finish. But what a ride by Kent Main to win the cycle tour in such a manner. He was the one who had to win it like that. He had to gamble like that. And it's always a gamble, and it paid off.
Well, it was either that or he sits in the group at the back and he finishes 6th or 7th, and then, you know, that means nothing. And, you know, knowing Kent a little bit, he's one of those type of riders, you know, he'll rather lay it out on the line, try his luck, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But clearly, you know, he played the card right today, and he made it. So super well done to Kent.
Amazing performance. He was up there on his own in terms of his team. He only had 3 teammates, the defending champion Chris Eustace. So in a way, the team have won it 2 years in a row, although Chris wasn't racing for that team last year. Ruan de Ploy and Keenan Root. They'll be absolutely delighted with that performance by Kent Main when they find out that he's won it, which they no doubt have now somewhere back in the field. But congratulations to Kent Main. There's Charlie Aldrich and Alan Hatherley, the Cannondale Factory teammates. Alan all smiles. They gave it their all today.
They gave it their all, and they animated a lot of the race, going up the climbs, pacing the break back, and then, you know, still finishing, getting results. So it's super well deserved for them.
Sasha Weber there, again another strong performance in the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Again, I mean, this is his second participation and he's in the front group.
Well, Luke Moyer got up. I fancy anyway, that's what the results are showing us for now. These are unconfirmed, but well, Luke Moyer has had another wonderful performance on the road. Perhaps little future on the road in years to come?
Yes, I think his focus is also on the cross country.
Yeah.
With that new team he's joined this year. So, I mean, he's following in the footsteps of what Alan Astley and a lot of the mountain bikers are also doing, sort of trying cross-discipline as training and racing, which seems to work. So it's great to see him mix it up. I mean, he finished second last year, I think, at the Ride Joburg as well. So he can perform on the big stage when he needs to.
Yeah, he's with the Cube team. Is Luke Moyer this year, and yeah, definitely focused on the cross-country mountain bike scene, and he's certainly proven himself over the years as a junior and under 23, and now heading into the big time. Well, that's a place to be, isn't it? After all the drama and excitement and thrill of the race, my word, what a race. What two contrasting races. A 4-up sprint in the women's race. Tiffany Keep taking out a first-time winner there, and a first-time winner in Kent, Maine. It joins a long list of the very best South African cyclists to have taken a win in this, the most famous of all races in South Africa. Kent, Maine is the champion in 2024.
And I actually don't think that...
Sorry.
I don't think that any of our broadcast team actually got the winners right on today, and it just showed how exciting today's racing was. It was really unpredictable. You had no idea who was going to take it, and I think it's what an exciting race and exciting finish on both races.
Absolutely. That's what's going on in the ocean.
There we see Chris Jooste winning the bunch sprint there coming in. They would be very happy to cross the finish line knowing that their team leader pulled it off for them.
So we had a little commentators WhatsApp group about who we thought would win this race, and yes, not many of us got it spot on, but there was one who said, I would love Tiffany Keep to win. And I fancy that might have been you, Cherise.
Definitely. I actually ride quite a bit with Tiffany, and she's just such a super person and athlete, and she's worked so hard with her coach, Barry Austin, over the past few months. I definitely knew that she had the physical ability, but like I mentioned earlier, the mental for everything to come together on the day. It's a lot, and to actually handle that amount of pressure for such a young age was phenomenal, and yeah, ecstatic for her and for Kent. I think the worst thing with a race like this and such a big event like the Cape Town Cycle Tour is being on the finish line going would have, should have, could have.
Yeah.
And Kent, you saw, he knew he had to try something spectacular. He did it. He pulled it off, and yes, yeah, just so excited for all of them.
Yeah, he was third at the Tour de Cup, Kent. Second at the Discum Ride for Sight a couple of weeks ago. But, well, this is the crowning moment for him this year. Well done. So the remnants of the bunch is coming in now. We're going to be able to hear from our major protagonists hopefully very shortly. And the winners, and this is the start. I think the last batches are starting now. The last of the 109-kilometer batch.
That's correct, yes, yeah, they're off now.
Yep.
Luckily, weather still looks really good and nice outside with little to no wind.
This is quite phenomenal, isn't it? The leaders are out there having celebrating their performance and starting their recovery, and riders still heading out to begin their ride. I think this will be the very last one, the 8:57, I think it is, that leaves the start here. Oh, just as excited as those who left it just after 6 this morning.
Yeah, they're most likely a little bit happier that they could have slept in a little bit more.
Yes.
So it's a good day to ride your bike.
8:57, 8F is this group, and yeah, they're out for a wonderful day out there. It's a rite of passage to ride the Cape Town Cycle Tour, be it at this speed.
Is that better?
For,
1, 2, 3, 4?
over many hours. It is something to be done. If you ride a bike, you want to ride the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Realty Dynamics, well, no reward for their big efforts today. A couple of riders in the break, and sadly for them, it wasn't to be. Right, well, the drama of the finish line is done for now, and let's go out to Chas Kushka, who's one of our men out on the route, catching up with the vibe on the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Good morning, Lena. We're down here in Noordhoek. Beautiful, slightly blustery morning. You haven't had such a good day, am I right?
Yes, my day didn't start too great. I started in Fishhoek with the ladies, with the elite ladies, and I had a puncture 3Ks into the race, and had to stop and was transported here, but it's fine because I'm now at our Trail Angel support gazebo, and I'm waiting for the whole team and for the whole group.
And how big is that group that you guys are waiting for?
So we have about 45 ladies from the Trail Angels that are riding the cycle tour today.
And are they all riding together or in different bunches?
They're probably in different bunches. They start together, but then they will split a bit. So we have road bikes, we have e-bikes, we have mountain bikes, we have everything.
And you got a big spread waiting for them here. You got some water and some lunch for them?
Yes, that's what we live for, like to support them. We have water, we have food, we have mental support waiting for them. So we want to encourage them to finish.
And a good vibe down here in Noordhoek. The locals have come out in force.
Such a nice vibe. It's such a cool day. It's amazing.
Thanks a lot. We look forward to seeing them.
Cool, thanks.
Well, that's wonderful. The Trail Angels, Nikki Hayward's initiative here in Cape Town has brought so many women into the sport of cycling, initially through mountain biking, but listen to that, 45 of them doing the tour here. Charisse, you're still with us. It's an amazing initiative, isn't it?
For sure, for sure. I actually worked with Nikki Hayward for a little while, and to see all the women coming together, and you see women from all age groups, so actually from 20 years up until 68, 69 years of age, actually coming together, enjoying the sport. And she does a fantastic job at helping women with their motivation to keep them energized.
Yes, it is. All those, I mean, we talk about development and developing the youth, but developing everyone. You get families involved late in their lives, and they then bring the youngsters through the other way around. So let's hear from the Premier of the Western Cape and a cycling nut of note, Mr. Alan Windy.
With the Premier of the Western Cape, Alan Windy, and every time I look out for you, you're always in Lycra. Cycling is a passion of yours.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is the culmination of everyone's cycle year, or a kickoff. I don't know which one it is, but it's that like pinnacle moment, the cycle tour. And jeepers, it's so great to see. I heard 34 countries, which is quite amazing. But of course, people from around South Africa and from around the city, and it's just amazing.
Absolutely amazing. You just see like the potential to grow and grow and grow. Obviously, they got to cap it, for the race, but to grow cycling as a means of mobility in all forms, e-bikes and regular cycles, eh?
So that for me, and it was kind of like part of our new Department of Mobility, because we are growing exponentially at the moment. 150,000 citizens every single year is our growth, and we can't keep building freeways, and we already feel that congestion. So you've got to get public transport going, but at the same time, how do you thin it out? And really, how do we get more people commuting on bikes? And it doesn't make sense to me that in other countries where half the year they're full of snow and rain, and they ride bikes every day, we should be doing the same thing. So we need more and more people commuting. And remember, that was the reason for this race. It was a protest saying, guys, we want to have cycle lanes. We really want more people on bikes. And so we must always keep that purpose in mind.
For sure, more people on bikes, and it's not only for the fitness, it's for like getting to work, looking for employment. I saw you had an initiative, getting people into the city to go for interviews and that sort of thing. So I think it helps people for job creation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, and I think with the advent of e-bikes now, it just makes it so much easier. but we need more people on bikes traveling around. We need to get safety in our system where it's about cars and bikes sharing the road, because then we'll get more kids on bikes. And we need to have systems around bike buses where kids can get to school safely on a bike and people can commute. And so that's why we need to actually look at how we get the mobility component right, where bicycles play a key role in how you get around.
Absolutely, get the balance right there. But there's a bigger initiative going back in the event here with the charity initiative, you know, and giving back.
Yeah, so I mean, the original purpose, of course, let's do this as a protest for the city. Now it's much more about the purposes of our charities. So they always say to you, what time did you do in the race? I always say, well, you know, some people go for a time, I go for a great time. And also for purpose, you know, ride for a charity, and so that people start asking, you know, not what time did you do in the cycle tour, who did you ride for? Who was the charity that you supported? And that's what it's about, because the event itself does so much good in communities. You know, they roll it out across not only Cape Town but across all over the place with the PBA teams going out into communities across the province and the country. And then, of course, the Rotary guys, and they also, you know, do amazing things. And then there's all the charity entries, and that for me is just really exciting.
No, super exciting. The whole initiative, how it's grown and grown and grown over the years. I want you to go out and have a great time. Best of luck and safety out there, huh?
Definitely going to do a great time.
Have a good one. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Alan Windy, he's just so passionate about cycling and, of course, about the Western Cape. He is the Premier of the Western Cape, and lovely to have him riding. Jordan Hill-Lewis was challenged by the Premier to ride this year's event, and last year at the shortened race, the 42K. He's doing the 109 today, the Mayor of Cape Town. And Alan touched on the work done by Rotary to spread the funds raised from this event. Go back to the origins of the event. Bill Meyer and John Stegman set it out as a great ride-in to make an appeal for cyclist safety, and here we are 46, 47 years later, still talking about cyclist safety. I suppose it goes with obviously the explosion in population and the number of cars out on the road, but it is still a factor. But the fact is that we've got 26,000 people still taking on this ride. It's the growth is just incredible.
Yeah, it's enormous, and year after year it doesn't stop. It doesn't feel like it's reached a plateau yet, which is great to see. And it just confirms the popularity and the reason why big companies and big cities like the city of Cape Town get behind events like these. And I hope more towns and big cities will follow.
You're involved in the industry to a degree, cycling as a cyclist, but also you've been involved in retail and that sort of thing. Are you still seeing that surge of
yes, I think it went through a little bit of a dip post-COVID, but I mean, the industry just reached a broad variety of people who were never involved in cycling, and I think it's going to snowball. It's going to keep on getting bigger and better, so it's great to see the momentum going forward.
Right, let's look at a quick reflection on our women's race. A couple of early breaks early on as they went up and around Smithsville. Remember this race, the shortened race, 72 kilometers. Catherine Collane was involved much of the race early on, and an attack that didn't really gain more than about 10 seconds by Juanita McKenzie before they got to the Chapman's Peak climb, and then things started to happen.
Yeah, I think Chapman's Peak was where it really strung out and split up.
And then that climb up Chapman's Peak sorted it out, and then up Suikerbos, Joanna van der Winkel of the Cycle Nation Sandton City team went on the attack, and then it came down to a quartet at the finish. Carla Orbals, as well as Nara Couvet there in the black. She went early, and timing her finish to absolute perfection was Tiffany Keep in the middle there, raising her arms belatedly once she'd realized her wheel was the first over the line.
Yeah, and that is an exceptional feeling because, you know, in a sprint like this, you never really know how close it is until you get to the line and you sort of realize, listen, I've made it.
Absolute thrill for Tiffany Keep, the 23-year-old, to take the win in the elite women's race. And well, everyone's delighted for her, but I think Charisse, you're absolutely very, very thrilled for Tiffany's performance. Where can she go with her career?
She's competing in the UK this year, and she's competing again with the same team. They're going continental, so they're going to have quite a lot of big races. Like I said, last year she took on the world champion Lotte Kopecky and finished second to her in a really, really big event. Big things for her to come. It's an Olympic year. Hopefully we qualify 2 spots for the elite women, but definitely a bright future ahead of her.
Fantastic to hear. Now let's go back out onto the road. As we're seeing now bunches finishing, you'll see big gaps between a lot of these because these are racing groups, the vets, the tandems, and the like. So they have been very aggressive, and you'll see big gaps, and then riders being dropped like this unfortunate rider finishing on their own. But let's go to Jazz out on the route. To Jazz Kushka.
We've found breakfast down here in Noordhoek, super festive, and the entire community has come out. I'm in front of Shady Oaks here, and you guys do this every year?
Yeah, we've been doing it as like a family tradition.
What are you cooking up here?
Oh, we're doing bacon, egg rolls, and mimosas and coffee.
You even got the mimosas on the go?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Got the champagne supporting the local cyclists on tour.
And you told me that you woke up to the music this morning instead of the birds. Life good down here in Noordhoek?
Usually it's very quiet, and today is a lot more lively, for sure.
You've been in Europe for the past couple of months, but back in South Africa, happy to be back?
Amazing. Can't be happier.
So are you going to ride the cycle tour next year? You're going to be on the mimosas?
I think I'll stick to the mimosas for now.
So tell me again, let's just take a step back. This is a family tradition that's been going for years and then stopped for a while, and you guys are trying to sort of resurrect it?
It's really Philippa's tradition, so yeah, we're trying to resurrect it. So,
and is it always bacon and eggs? I mean, you shouldn't be burning the eggs.
Bacon and eggs is supposed to be simple, like not too fancy, no avo, just bacon and eggs.
Thanks a lot. I'll enjoy your breakfast.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
As much part of the cycle tour as the 26,000 odd riders doing their thing out on the roads is the involvement of the people of Cape Town who are not riding and who have for, well, decades and decades supported the riders by, well, just being roadside and having breakfast and cheering them on and being part of the vibe. And that's the sort of vibe we get. Riders just love it. It's responding to the cheering from the riders, from those alongside the road. Absolutely fantastic. Flying through here out at Noordhoek.
Yeah, and I mean, Gerald, there's nothing like a supportive scream that makes you feel better while you're suffering going up sacred horses. So it's much appreciated.
Absolutely. Bunches, remnants of the vets, and even some of the elite riders rolling in now. Once the race is done, if you're in the elite bunch and you don't make the break and you don't make the second group, what's the vibe?
You try and enjoy the road as much as possible. You know, fly on the descents because there's nice road closure, sit with your mates and just sort of take in the vibe and the experience, and maybe stop at a water point if you really want to.
Well, the fireworks started early, SAP and Kinetic on a break early. Mad Max going up the road down through Paradise Motors. This was the men's group as they headed around to the False Bay coastline. Beautiful conditions for them to ride in, and a group soon formed to get up the road. Dan Loebship was one of those. Team Honeycomb were driving in the chase group to try and haul back that bunch. They had a man in the breakaway up the road, and that was Bradley Scott. But this was the decisive moments. Kent Main getting away from that bunch of 8 riders through Sea Point Away he went, a solo raider. It hasn't been done for many, many years, but he could celebrate because he had beaten the rest by a comfortable margin to take victory in the 2024 Cape Town Cycle Tour. Kent Main, well, what a victory for this young man.
What a ride, and he can be super proud. I mean, he beats a lot of world-class riders chasing him from behind, so hats off to him. It's super well deserved.
Yeah, they put it all out there, took a risk in starting a team, he and three mates, and the reward, well, he's finished second earlier in the just come right for sight. He was third in the Tour de Cup, but here he is finishing in the top place, the top position you want to be at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Well, it's been some day for all these riders. Yeah, you take it in, you enjoy everything that Cape Town and the event has to offer. The expo that was in the Cape Town Stadium for the 3 days prior, that gets the juices flowing as well. You walk through there and you get a sense of the enormity of this event.
Oh yeah, definitely. And also sort of reflect on what happened in your race, why things went your way or didn't go your way.
Yeah. Everyone wants to sprint for the line, and why not?
And that's also a very big part of it, is the war stories, the night afterwards,
yes.
The night when you sit with your buddies and you go through what was your race, what happened to you. And that was always one of my favorite things, is actually getting together with everyone afterwards and hearing everyone else's stories.
Well, it is. It's all about sharing in the occasion, and if you've ridden the tour, the Cape Town Cycle Tour, you have a story to tell somewhere along the line, and it's not an ordinary experience. It's an extraordinary experience, and a very, very special one. Charisse is telling us she doesn't have a family member riding. Your dad isn't riding. He's on babysitting duty, right?
Yes, so he's with the little boys, and I must be honest, Gerald, I cannot wait to do the cycle tour with my kids one day, especially now with the added addition of the shortened distance, the 42 kilometers. It just makes it such a family event, and I can't wait for them to be on the start line of the short event.
How old is the eldest?
7.
7, okay, so just a year and you'll be there.
Exactly.
Right, Charisse, pause there, please. We're going to pop across to Dion Bing, who's out on the route. Dion, take it away.
We're slowly walking up Edinburgh Drive Hill, and it's pretty much at the same pace as the cyclists because it's a tough hill. Susan and the kids, you've been here for how long?
No, only about 10 minutes.
Only about 10
at the last minute.
Okay, I saw you cheering, but you timed it perfectly. What's happening?
So my husband's doing his first race, so yeah, big day for us. And
but is that who you said how's it to? Okay, I was just checking.
No, that was my husband.
And I would say he's looking great on his first race, eh?
He is. He's a cyclist that he's never done August before, so.
Have you folk been in Cape Town for a long time, or you just moved down?
No, we were overseas for 10 years. We moved back about 5 years ago, but he's just never done the August. Done every other race, but not the August.
That's fantastic. And you managed to get the kids up and the dogs down here as well?
Last minute addition was the dog. My boy said Dad would love to see Chase, so we brought him along. Just happy to be out.
No, it's great. So well done for your support and the family support. And that your husband's looking so happy. I don't know how many Ks we're into the race. He's got a long way around, a bit of southeaster, and you'll be there for him at the end, eh?
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks so much, Susan, and the kids and the dog. Love having your support, and yeah, just keep doing it for the rest of the crowd.
Yes, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Ciao.
Oh, we've just been watching a bunch sprint of the probably some of the vets gunning it there. There's no holding back there amongst them.
No, there's still a fight for the line. You know, there's a lot of guys who need to go back home and sort of tell all their fan clubs how fast they rode the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Yes, it is. You've ridden the Cape Town Cycle Tour the next time. It's well and windy, and everyone always says, I had a great time up there. It's about, well, not quite yet. The finish is now still very, very close to them, fairly focused on their time and how long it takes them to get around the 109 kilometers. For most, it's just a wonderful time to be out, and well, there's no wind at the finish. Not sure what it's like on the far side of the False Bay coast or the Hart Bay, but looking great here.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful day. Also, I think that can add to why the times are so fast this year. So it's really a perfect year, perfect conditions for a good time.
Right, let's go out Breakaway, and Jazz is out there once again chatting to riders and supporters.
I'm down here with Nabil from Bicycles and Beyond, the mechanical station down in Noordhoek. Nabil, have you had a busy day or not so busy yet?
So far, I had 3 bicycles for the day. The first one I had was a gear setting. Yeah. I sorted the guy out, I let him ride on 1 gear. The second one was a chain snapped. I put a master link in for him. The third one, just the valve was leaking and I sorted it out for him. And he's on his way to Chapman Speak.
And tell me, the longer the day gets, do you see more and more problems? Not so much with the front faster guys?
The longer the day is, the busier it gets. More customers is coming and they're going.
And what do you see most often? Is it mostly punctures, or is it sometimes guys who don't service their bikes, don't do maintenance?
Guys that don't do maintenance on the bike. It's very important to do the service on your bike like a month before the time, so you can ride the bike still and just check if everything is fine on the bike.
And tell us a bit about the vibe down here in Noordhoek.
Wow, it's packed. The cycle tour, it's a lot of guys, like millions.
Well, thanks a lot. We hope you don't have too busy a day.
Thank you so much, sir.
Must feel like millions, I would think, to the guys out there, the mechanics and so on the road, because it is just a flood of cyclists. You wouldn't think so here, but here comes a big bunch kick for the line.
This is another big group coming in.
They're going to catch that jet up the road.
Looks like Jock Fullard is actually a previous winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Former South African champion, his age group, Jock Fullard, probably winning the
VBs, if I'm not 40.
Yeah, VBs perhaps. VCs.
Jock, I know because I raced with him. He put me under immense pain. But VC. And that's the category that I said, actually an amazingly strong category, 50 to 55. And they beat all the 40 plus at the Twitter Cup this week. Jock Fullard still racing really hard. He said to me that he really wants to do well at the Cape Town Cycle Tour in their age category today. And I just love the fact that the racing never stops. You just carry over to the next category, and you still do your thing. You still race that hard.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't leave you the competitive spirit. You might get a little bit slower, but you still want to race everyone who starts alongside you and race as hard and as fast as possible, as your body will take you. Now let's catch up. Table Mountain National Park is part of Sand Parks, and Megan Taplin is chatting to us about their involvement.
Table Mountain National Park is a beautiful place and a global destination for many travelers. So the riders on Sunday are going to get a chance to see the beautiful parts of the peninsula. It stretches all the way from Signal Hill in the north to Cape Point in the south, over about 25,000 hectares. So basically most of the natural area that they see on the mountains, covered with fynbos and some forest patches as well, is part of Table Mountain National Park. Well, I think it's always wonderful to just see the Table, you know, that iconic mountain. I think, you know, I actually live next to it, but it still strikes me every morning when I look at it. So I think that'll be nice to give them energy as they start their ride. And then, you know, the southern parts of the peninsula are really beautiful. It's where our most remote areas of the park are. So I think, you know, the areas around the south, Cape Point, Scarborough, those kind of areas are really beautiful. and Chapman's Peak, of course. Those are the great areas with scenic vistas. And I think it's also, something to spur them on to come back to the park. We've got so many cycling trails in the park, which link up with the green belts in the urban areas of Cape Town. So there's really a lot for them to do in the national park, and we hope that their families are going to be visiting all the different tourist areas of Table Mountain National Park. Well, we've had a really long and fruitful relationship with the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Every year we partner with them, and it helps us with our fundraising efforts, which run through the Sandbox Honorary Rangers, which are our official volunteer organization. What they do is they raise funds for specific conservation projects. Things like we have our working dogs that work with our special operations team. They're critical to our law enforcement efforts in the park, to combating abalone poaching and crime in the park. And, we're going to be upgrading the kennels for those dogs and getting them special equipment that helps us with the work. So those are the kind of projects that we're hoping to raise funds for. And, everyone who's participating in the race is giving a little bit to that.
ComTel is a fiber network operator and an internet service provider. This means we install open access fiber networks, and we provision ISP services like internet, VoIP, and hosted PBX to our clients. The benefit of our network is that we operate a true open access policy. This means that not only can you connect to your ISP, but you can also connect your building services onto the same network. For example, your CCTV, your intercom access control, your DSTV, etc. Even your water and electrical metering, all on a single fiber network. So in terms of the fiber network operator and the ISP services, it all comes together for the cycle tour. So we start off by provisioning the fiber backbone and connecting all the endpoints. And from there we install the Wi-Fi units in and around the stadium, and that's to provide coverage for the public areas, like the tented place, tented areas, and the expo for the vendors and all our visitors. We then connect the Mediclinic as well as the BOC and the JOC. That's the video and joint operation centers. These are the guys that manage and support and coordinate the race event. Finally, the pressure's on. There's 100,000 viewers watching the streaming live. We connect the commentators with a number of the live stream feeds, the camera feeds, and we send that through to Big Shot Media, who then manage and broadcast the show in real time. I'd like to give a big thanks and congrats to Rafik, Jonathan, and the boys. They brought down the build time to 9 days from the normal 12 to 15 days. And it's good to see them inspiring efficiency. We've got 17 guys in the race this year. I'd like to wish them well and see you guys at the finish line.
Riders coming across the line here at the finish of the Cape Town Cycle Tour in 2024 in their fast-moving bunches. It's great to see these passionate South Africans, and any from overseas as well, of course, but this is just such a sight, such a beautiful celebration of life and, of course, cycling, because this is perhaps the ultimate celebration of cycling in South Africa. So what we're going to do now is to thank very much Cherise Willette in Knysna, who's been watching this race and watching the coverage with us from afar. Wonderful to have you with us, Cherise. Thanks very much for taking time out for an early morning and joining us here. Let's look forward to you racing next year.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. It was so exciting. I loved every second, and man, what an edition of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. It's been phenomenal.
Put your Cycling SA cap on quickly, if you can. The year for Cycling South Africa this year, it's an Olympic year. You touched on that briefly, a bit earlier. What are our hopes in terms of numbers there?
So with the elite men, we're most likely qualifying one male, and then for the elite women, two. I think in the elite women, Ashley Moolman-Pasio is a very big hopeful. For the elite men, we have likes of Louis Meintjes, there's Ryan Gibbons. There is quite a lot of riders at the moment. But yeah, definitely Ashley Moolman-Pasio, and whoever can assist her or who qualifies next.
And mountain bike?
Mountain bike, we have two riders as well in the elite men. Alan Hatherley, obviously a medal hopeful. In the elite women at the moment, we're qualifying one. I think Candice Lill is going superbly. She's had an amazing few wins in Greece. So yeah, I'm not sure on the qualifying scale how many more UCI points we need to qualify another woman. But at the moment, definitely one.
Right, thanks very much, Charisse. Have a wonderful Sunday in Neisner, and greetings to all who are celebrating their significant day yesterday in the Hillamy household.
Thank you very much.
And now we can go over to Jazz, who's celebrating as ever alongside the road.
Guys, you guys are looking super relaxed down here in Noordhoek. There's still a bit of climbing to go. No major time goals today?
No, not really. We're taking it quiet and slow. Just enjoying the views.
And the climbing in the last bit, how are you feeling about baby Chappies, and then Seikabusi?
Yeah, it should be good. I mean, I'm sort of sticking with him, but yeah, it should be a good view.
And the vibe en route so far, like how's the wind been, how have the people been?
The wind has been quite strong the first parts, but people are going quick as well. We're enjoying it. We're taking it slow.
You've just been sitting in the bunches and kind of taking it slow and stopping at every water point, or not really?
No, not really. We're just stopping here, taking a relaxing, nice Coke and water.
And maybe stop at the top of Chappies and enjoy the view?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's a big climb, so we'll probably stop there, yeah.
Well, enjoy that climb, and we won't hold you up for too much longer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Morning. How are you? Can we have a quick chat? How's your day been so far?
Good, yeah. Trying to go for a time.
What is that time?
Under 4 hours. But we'll see. It's been windy on that side, very windy, and maybe that will hamper it a bit, but yeah, we'll see.
So you've been having to stick in the bunches to work for that time?
I had my arse off because I've got a 38 ring in front and a one by, so I don't have the gears that the road bikes have. But yeah, I'm battling.
And what's the motivation behind hurting yourself that much?
I've done quite a number, and I thought, let me go for a time. I've never done a time. It's my 23rd.
That's good. Well, enjoy it, Chappies, with that big ring. It's going to be very interesting.
Yes, thanks very much.
So, we've got a mountain biker here. How the fat tire is doing today in the wind?
Going backwards on the downhills, maintaining on the uphills.
And down the blue route, it was quite windy. Were you sitting in the bunch there?
Yeah, we started quite high up, but we kept losing the bunches because we just don't have the speed. But every time a bunch comes past, you hold on for a while, and then they blow you out the back, and then you catch the next bus.
But beautiful vibe, eh? Like coming through Noordhoek here, and the people and the music, it's what keeps you going.
Yeah, for sure. It's wonderful. Yeah, it's my 22nd, so wonderful race.
And Chappies, how are you feeling?
On the mountain bike, no worries. Yeah, looking forward to it.
We'll see you at the finish.
Okay, thanks, bud. Okay, cheers.
No hurry at all in his 22nd cycle tour, and the other gentleman was looking for a time, but quite happily having a chat to Jazz and loading up his drinks and riding his 38-tooth front chain ring up those climbs there.
Respect.
Yeah, big respect. Javier, thank you so much for joining us and bringing your insight and your knowledge. It's been wonderful to have you sitting alongside me, and I think the viewers have loved your interpretation and analysis. For you, your back injury, how's it?
It's healing, getting better. So I'm still struggling with a bit of nerve damage down my right leg. So taking it super conservatively. Also started working from early Feb for Scott Rowe Insurance Brokers. So there's a couple of things keeping me busy, but definitely still riding my bike. Still got the passion and the flame to get out and be healthy. And hopefully next year I'll be back on the start line.
A bit of real world and a bit of your passion.
100%. But you know, the real world needs to fund the passion.
Right. Well, thanks very much, Harvey Krier, for joining us here. Man who's finished on the podium here a number of times, and I'm sure we'll be back there, inspired by this year, getting into the top step.
Yeah, hopefully so. Thanks, Gerald. Thanks for having me.
Right, let's go out to Jazz, I think it is, out there.
I've got Henning and Philip here. Philip, you're still all smiles at the bottom of Chappies. How's your day been so far with your dad?
Very nice, and I like it.
And tell me, how old are you?
I'm 10.
And is this your first Cape Town cycle tour?
Yes, and I'm very excited to finish it.
But it's definitely not Dad's first cycle tour?
No, it's my 18th one. So, yeah. No, it's an awesome day, and what a privilege to do it with your youngster. And
keep the cycle going.
Oh, for sure, yeah, keep it going. And it's lucky to inspire the youngsters and the up-and-coming, the new in the sport as well. So, love it.
And the vibe on the tandem, everyone kind of supporting you and helping you along?
Yes, no, being on a tandem is the nicest. The support from the crowd and even from the riders as well. It's awesome, it's amazing. Go tandem, and that pushes you, and it's just love it.
And now with Chappies coming up, are you a little bit concerned or not so worried about the climbing?
I know what climb. Chappies is not. No, Chappies is a breeze. So.
Well, we'll let you get on and enjoy your first finish.
Yes, I will.
Thanks a lot. Enjoy it.
Guys, yes.
Can we have a quick chat?
No.
Good morning.
Hello.
How's your day been so far?
It's been a good ride.
You've been taking it easy?
Like medium. I'm babysitting this one.
And you guys have sort of a time goal?
No, actually our goal is just to have fun.
Looks like you're having fun. Still all smiles?
We're having a ball, yes. Thank you.
Chappies coming up. How do you feel about that?
I'm excited. Let's just smash it.
Enjoy it and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Opportunity for those who are perhaps looking to embark on the big event in years to come and to get out there and ride it. Well, the 42-kilometer starts in half an hour, and there are about 7 batches of 42-kilometer riders taking that on. These are riders, though, in the 109-kilometer journey around the Cape Peninsula, starting all the way around from 5:06 this morning to 3 minutes to 9. And here we are, bunches finishing at high speed. Talk about what your finishing time is, and every single one of these riders will have had a goal in mind, perhaps, of what time they want to finish in. Well, today's conditions, as we've seen from the elite races, are here perfect conditions and therefore pretty fast times. Arms raised. The light. These are no doubt some of the vets riders as well, finishing great celebrations. Wonderful to see. Now they come from far and wide to take on the Cape Town Cycle Tour. It didn't come from as far as perhaps some others have, but all the way from Zimbabwe, flying the flag proudly all the way around. Be a long haul with the flag, but he's in no hurry. He just wants to have the best of times here in the Western Cape. And again, if you look at the trees and the bushes beyond the riders here, it looks to be very, very still out on the blue route. They're heading out towards Muizenberg, it seems, where they are. One of the dozen or so water points sharing in the joy and excitement as the riders stream past. Mountain bikes plenty further back in the field. Many riders taking on the cycle tour on the mountain bike because that's perhaps the only bike they do have. Others there adapting their mountain bike by adding slicks to the, or replacing the knobbly tyres with slicks to make it a more pleasant ride around the tar roads of the Cape Peninsula. But a journey that must not be missed if you're a cyclist. And if you are watching for the first time or just getting a feel of it, well, this is what it's about. Right, Peninsula Beverages and Coca-Cola have been long supporters of the event. And Dan Davis tells us a little bit about this year's involvement.
From a Coca-Cola Peninsula Beverages point of view, we are very privileged to have this partnership with Cape Town Cycle Tour Trust and the Cape Town Cycle Tour, along with all the other partners, City of Cape Town, Western Cape Government, and everyone else that plays an integral role in hosting this event. We chose to be part of this event as a branding, obviously from an official point of view, from a branding part, but now it's become a partnership. It's become, we're part of the family. So we do it for the cyclists, we do it for the city, we do it for the community, and everything else that goes along with it. So for us, it's a privilege to be a part of this whole absolutely amazing event that gets hosted in Cape Town. It's also a massive economic impact for the city of Cape Town. I mean, we need the money, the people to come and spend the money here, so we can, that revenue we can put back into the city. So it's fantastic to have all these cyclists with their families come and enjoy our beautiful city. The operation starts 6 months ago, where we start preparing for this magnificent event. Total of 50,000 litres of Powerade, 50,000 litres of Coca-Cola and Coke No Sugar, 100,000 litres of water, and then 25 tons of ice. That's 25,000 kilograms of ice to make sure that all that product is ice cold. And then a total of 400 volunteers and people that work for us, so team members with their families, people from the community that come and assist, get on the altogether 52 vehicles that go out en route and make sure that we can provide ice cold Coca-Cola, Powerade, water for every single rider to get them to that endpoint. You know you've had a great cycle when you down that Coca-Cola at the endpoint. So yes, absolutely amazing to be fortunate enough to be able to sponsor that from our business point of view.
Yeah, they're streaming in over the finish line. Well, Peninsula Beverages, fantastic supporters of this event, keeping riders hydrated and energized for the entire journey. Powerade and Coca-Cola doing the job, and they are very, very welcome as part of the team here at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. So, who won the Cape Town Cycle Tour this year? Well, I can tell you that Kent Main was the man who took victory in the elite men's race at 2 hours 31:20. Charlie Aldridge of Great Britain, a Cannondale Factory Racing mountain biker, in second place. Alan Hatherley in third. And then Jaco Venter, Luke Moyer, young mountain biker. So if you were to look at it, perhaps three mountain bikers in the top five there. Another Alex Miller in fourth place. Mark Pitson, Sasha Weber, Hanrich Geldnys and Jaden Turlo closing out the top 10 there. The man who was the under-23 road race champion. Let's go to Jazz.
And with a Coke, please.
Some Coke, some Powerade, or just water?
Water and Coke. I had enough of this other stuff in there.
And how's your day been so far?
It's going well, but I'm giving back because I'm doing the Robben Island swim tomorrow, on Tuesday morning.
That's insane. So is this all kind of part of your training?
It's all part. And next Saturday is the West Coast Marathon, so I can't push too much.
So what's your time, or are you just cruising today?
I'm aiming for 4 o'clock, 4 hours.
And with Chappigs coming up, how's your time looking there? You looking solid?
I'm within, yeah.
Enjoy it, and all the best for the rest of the week.
Thanks so much, Jay. Thanks so much.
So I see you are checking your watch there. How's your time looking?
Trying to see 2:45 so far.
2:45. That's fast. Is that kind of what you were training for?
I was hoping for like 3:30. Yeah, around 3:30, 3.5 hours.
And with Chappies coming up, you think you can push for that?
Yeah, no, I hope so. Yeah, I'll just try to push and yeah, no.
All the best.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Well, they're on the road whilst these riders are just gathering at the start ahead of the first of the 7 batches who will be riding the 42-kilometer half-distance event. The first start is at 10 o'clock, the last is at 10:18, and many of these getting their first experience of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. So that's where it starts. It's a new initiative added last year, and it's fantastic to see so many, probably close on 3,000 people taking on the 42-kilometer. Great place to start, as you heard Cherise say, to start with your young family and do that, and then slowly but surely move to the full distance, 109 kilometers. And that's what you'll experience here at these water points. This is at Noordhoek. You heard a gentleman there saying he's doing a Robben Island swim on Monday. Well, there's a number of Stellenbosch athletes who are doing an extreme triathlon today. They swam the 8 kilometers from Robben Island this morning to the start of the cycle tour. Then they are riding the 109 kilometers, and then they get off their bikes and run the 3 peaks route, the Devil's Peak, Table Mountain, and Lion's Head, and back to the finish here. They hope to do it in under 24 hours, raising money for the Calling Academy, a school of underprivileged children in Stellenbosch, an initiative started by Werner Kluti, an ex-Polrus teacher and head boy, and a young man, another gentleman from Grey College. So great fundraising being done all over the cycle tour, but that quite an extreme challenge. Robben Island swim, the cycle tour, and the 3 peaks run.
25 tours, and the first time cyclist. Number 1. Junior Josh. Representing.
Spreading the love.
I love boobies. I love boobies. Survivor, ride, first ride.
An experienced rider with 25 races under his belt, bringing his experience to bear with the novices riding the 42, just making sure that the next generation of riders will have a similar experience. And they're coming out to ride this event, have that great energy and vibe that is about the Cape Town Cycle Tour. There's looking at these riders, it's slacking off in terms of the pace. Not they slacking off, but generally the pace slowing down as we go further back in the field. As I said, some 56 start batches down to 8F, if you like, which it started at 1A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 A to F. So that tells you how many riders. And look at them. Look at those smiling faces. Grimaces as well. It's a hard ride. Don't shy away from that. It's still a hard battle to get around this route, giving it your all. You can, of course, take the slightly less challenging way of well, doing it on a tandem. That would be hard work, that couple doing it. But stopping off at every water point, maybe stopping off and having a coffee at one of those wonderful little coffee shops in Cork Bay or Simonstown, and then getting back on and just cruising around the Western Cape on a day that is extraordinarily special, because it is a day when the roads are the riders. No one else allowed on these roads except for the 26,000 riders enjoying the privilege of riding through the Western Cape. What a jog. The vibe out there at that Sportsman's Warehouse water point is so cool, cheering on the riders. And that's just part of it, isn't it? Is being cheered along and encouraged by the people of Cape Town and the Western Cape to enjoy this journey. No doubt inspiring those standing roadside to come and join them next year. How many have said, I'll do it next year, I'll do it next year? And how many times have you said that? And eventually you get on the bike and do it.
Check one, we still good.
Let's go to Dion Bing, who's out on the road near Westlake, heading towards Muizenberg.
Halfway No, I'd say 3/4 of the way down the blue route. The music is going. The people are singing. We've had all kinds of things. I think we've got donate blood there. Man, what a hears. Hey, Jaime, how's it been going this morning?
Wel, Dion, dat is mal. Dat is nou mal nou in de laatste tijd. Ons het regtig tamelijk mensen wat aftrekken, een beetje verfrissing zoeken zo. En ons het ijskoude water, Powerade en een lekker glas koeldrank. So, die mensen genieten het, allemaal genieten het en allemaal is vriendelijk. Ja, nee wat, en ons proberen ons best om allemaal tevreden te stellen. Die fietsrijders, nee, alle zo vriendelijk, alle wij voor ons. Alle gaat zomaar lekker mal aansja fietsen. Maar ik zeg veel, die mensen hier zo... 220%. Maar ik zeg veel, die wind, die opkomt, maar ik denk niet dat gaat niet, maar dat is tijd vandaag. Maar laat lopen. Ik zeg veel, dit is een lekker dag.
I think it's absolutely lekker down here, Jaime. And I'm thinking, your team are like giving their gears back. It's like a two-way thing, hè?
Ja, nee, ons geeft terug aan wat die gemeente, aan wat hulle voor ons geven. En die mannen, hulle is vol smiles, energie. Oh, die energie is verschrikkelijk. Dus ja, die dansmannen, die mensen wat dansen, die mensen wat waaien en allemaal schreeuwen en allemaal gaan aan. Dat is een malligheid die, maar dat is alles wat mal is.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna can I get a little bit of that malligheid to get me going there? We got the blue juice. Hang in there, I'm just gonna... And you're gonna keep going for how long?
Until it's cut off time. I guess it's 12 o'clock past 12, but we will keep on going until the last one, the last bicycle cycler will pass here. We will keep on going. So everyone must have a cool drink, and there's a few points there forward. Maar ik zeg even, ons gaat het gaan doen.
No, that's wonderful. You're up early. You're going to be here till the end. Well done to you and your team. I'm listening to the music. I'm seeing the dancing. It's tasting fantastic. I'm feeling the energy. Just have a great day. Have a great day. How's it? I'm Dion. Sorry, what's your name?
Tumi.
How has it been going so far?
Oh man, it's very tough.
I love it. I love your honesty. Have a quick juice. Have a quick juice. Let's see how it goes. Go for it. That went down really quickly. Does it make you feel better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, so you good for another 100 kilometers, eh?
Conquering this thing, my man. I'm conquering it.
Go smash it. Get out there again. I'm going to head on down the road here. Just checking, filling up your water bottle. What's your name?
Maura Kelly.
Kelly, how's it been going so far? I mean, it's a beautiful flat ride. I mean, there's no wind. What a day, huh?
It's lovely, yeah. I've actually just got warmed up now. It's like my legs actually started working now. It's very weird how it works. But now's the tough part. Now we're going up mountain. Yo.
But I mean, a couple of people I'm chatting to, they're feeling pain, but you're okay. You're ready to go.
I'm ready. It's very nice.
And you smashed your water bottle before you've even got to the end of the blue route, huh?
Yeah. It's just that hill before. That one hill got me every time.
Best of luck as you head on around Cape Point, huh?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yo.
Lekker Kelly, go well. Right, you've got a bit of a energy vibe going here. What's happening?
It's going good, yeah, I'm chilling. We're just here for vibes, got the speaker going. Yeah.
You got your own speaker, you need a bigger speaker for this vibe point. We got a bit of music, huh?
Yeah, so after we play some lekker tunes. And
so what's on your playlist?
Good question. Lots of 60s white girl music, lots of 60s rock and roll.
I think I'm going to join you. 60s rock and roll is my vibe. 60s rock and roll is absolutely. Have a great one and keep rolling. Absolutely amazing here's down here at the second water point. We're going to have a jaw.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dion, at the second water point there on the blue route. The first one going up Edinburgh Drive, and this is one out at Noordhoek. Just a reminder that the women's elite race over 78 kilometers won by Tiffany Keep in a thrilling sprint finish, just pipping Sonara Grove at the finish line, with Vera Losse in third place, Carla Obolse taking fourth. They were in a group that got away. Joe van der Winkel finished in fifth place, 15 seconds behind them. Catherine Colleen, Danielle Otto, Michaela Surtees, Ronita McKenzie, and Anya Duplessis competing the top 10. Anya Duplessis, the first under 23 home there. The men's race, of course, won by the incredible breakaway ride by Kent Main, just slipping away off the front. He had to take the gamble in a group that was packed with powerhouse sprinters, and he managed to time his attack to perfection and take the win. Absolutely amazing. Well, the hand cycles are there. This is the start of the 42-kilometer ride. Some hand cycles, some buggies and trailers. This is fantastic how everyone can take on the Cape Town Cycle Tour. It's so cool. All very calm there, and a gentle, almost no wind at all. They could not ask for better. Oh, it's just incredible, the support given to those who are not able to ride the race as so many others are, and an experience, Imad, of being pulled around the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Absolutely incredible. Well, this is a great group, and out on the blue route, these riders not needing the services of the second water point, just cruising past it. They'll need water points later on. Bishop and Simonstown still await, and then Smitswinkel the climb. And there's the wind, a bit more exposed out on the blue route there. So they are going to have to deal with that wind. So as I told you about our top women, as we watch another bunch of men and women rolling across the finish line. Kent Main, Charlie Aldrich, Alan Hathaway, Luke Moyer. Those are the top four. Jaco Venter was in 5th place. Alex Miller, the Namibian champion, in 6th. Mark Pritson, winner 2 years ago, in 7th. Sasha Weber, another top 10 finish for the German, in 8th. Heinrich Geldenhuys, winner of the Herald, in 9th. And he was initially in a bit of a break. Jalen Turlow in 10th place. So wide open expanses there of the blue route, long behind this bunch of riders, finishing strongly. What this event has done for the physical health and well-being of South Africans is truly remarkable. Motivation to come and take part in the cycle tour has got people off the couch and onto their bikes over decades. And for some, it has become perhaps more than a passion. But for others, it's just an annual habit of getting into some sort of condition to be able to complete the 109-kilometer around the peninsula, and to hang the bike up and look at it again in a year's time. Be that as may, that's fine. Absolutely fantastic to have them riding and being part of this beautiful journey. Tell you about the tandems. David Garrett and Paul Dean Rurich who won that ahead of Ignis Oosthuizen and Callan Sexton. And Dirk Marsing and Renus finishing in 3rd place in the tandem race. Their time 3 hours and 1 minute. Volunteer Wildfire Services out there supporting through Newlands. They've done an amazing job, the Wildfire Services, in protecting homes and habitats and lands that have been ravaged by fire. Now, the 42Ks, they start at 10 o'clock in 6 minutes' time, 5.5 minutes' time. The first of the 42-kilometer groups. So cool, riding with friends and making friends along the way as well. So cool. No hurry at all. It's about the experience for these riders, getting out there and sharing the road with like-minded people and engaging with those who are standing alongside and watching and supporting and helping through the water points as well. What a cool bunch of riders at the start of the 42 kilometers. How lovely is that? It's just inspirational stuff. Bunches of riders taking on the challenge of riding, be it 109 or 42 kilometers. It's a challenge, whatever way you look at it. On a beautiful day like today, they could not ask for better. They're on perfect conditions. This gentleman, they're just freewheeling down the blue route here. I'll be thinking, this is easy. I can do this for a couple of hours, I'll be fine. But they know that just up the road is after Fishhook and Simonstown. Then comes that drag up Smitswinkel and things get real.
We are enjoying Cape Town. Thank you.
Through to Kai and along that blue route. Stick with that bunch, you'll set a record pace because the energy and vibe in this bunch is just off the charts. So cool to see. Having the start protocol told to them as they prepare for their off in around 2 minutes time. That 42 kilometer ride will be heading off. Nice steady tempo for all these riders. You'll get round safe and sound. Don't expend too much energy too early on. You'll pay a heavy price up for the likes of Chappies and Seikerbos later on. Well, they could not ask for better conditions today. Some 26,466 riders have entered all three events. Right, let's catch up with those volunteer wildfire services personnel who are standing alongside the road at Edinburgh Drive with Dion Bing.
The Newlands Forest Base, Newlands, Jill and Lee, volunteer wildfire services, and you've been involved for a long time, Jill.
Yes, I have been about 8 years now. It's my 9th season I'm going into. So yeah, absolutely love it. It's a great thing to do. Great to be out here on a lovely morning and support all the cyclists going past. And yeah, this is what we do as marshals. We do this as community relationships, to build community relations in the area and obviously raise funds for the unit because we're all volunteers. We don't get paid. We raise money for the unit to actually go and fight fires. So yeah.
No, for sure, and it's been quite a season. Lee, you want to talk a little bit about the season and your involvement as well?
Sure, this is actually my first fire season. It's been an incredible opportunity to get involved and really give back to the community, and the community has really stood by us as well. It's been a very busy fire season, and yeah, we really just appreciate all the support from our communities around us.
For sure, and just a hiss amongst your team down here. I'm feeling it, hey Jill?
Absolutely. The guys come out here. They've been out here since 5 o'clock this morning. They are full of it. They'll be here until after 1, and the same sort of energy and supporting the cyclists. It's just a great way. And then we're also doing the refreshment station for the 46-kilometer as well. So we're here most of the day, and it's just great to be part of the whole thing.
That's the thing. I think everybody's feeding off everybody. The cyclists are feeling the cheers. You're giving it back to them. It's just going round in this amazing circle. So, like you saying, it's your first year as well. You're going to hang around for a while, huh?
Definitely. I think once you join up, you never want to leave, and it's just so incredible to be a part of this.
Yeah. Jill, I'm looking for more volunteers.
Always looking for new recruits. Our recruiting season starts now, so we're having our info sessions as of last week. So you go onto the Volunteer Wildfire Services website and you can join our crews, come and train with us, see if you like it, driver, logistics. There's so many different roles you can fulfill as well, and it's a lot of fun, and you meet the most amazing people.
Amazing people. I'm looking at them, I'm hearing them, the cheers is here. Thanks so much for what you're doing for the community, for our environment, looking after us, and go from strength to strength.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Lee. Amazing, amazing stuff happening down here. And you can just, I mean, they're on fire, man. Don't put that fire out.
The Flame Busters, the VWS Volunteer Wildfire Services, some 350 of them around the Western Cape. And if you want to have more information, go to www.vws.org.za and find out more and join up, because they need you, that's for sure. These are the 42-kilometer riders heading out onto the motorway at the start of their journey. The first batch on the road now. 7 batches, and wonderful to see so many taking on the challenge. Young, old, and fit and not so fit, just enjoying the opportunity to get a spectacular view of Table Mountain. How cool is that? Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, to bring in the next generation, the younger generation, give them a taste of what it's all about. You heard Charisse Willate, a 5-time winner here, talking about bringing her children. Cannot wait. Her eldest is 7, a couple of years, and they'll be riding this, I'm sure, together. So that's very, very special indeed. I think Charisse will have to race this the 109 and then jump off the bike and come and ride the shorter route like these riders are doing now. How cool it is. Really, really special. Calm conditions on this side of the mountain. Gentleman already looking at his watch. Got a long way to go still, sir. But you're certainly going to enjoy it. What a way to get into the sport of cycling and to learn what it's all about. Well, now we can go out to the clowns on the route. That's you, Dion.
Following the tour around, it is so exciting. I mean, we're seeing people getting towed along by other people. Some of them aren't able to cycle, but hey, they're on the route. I've seen, obviously, tandems. I've seen unicycles. I've seen seriously old bicycles. All shapes and sizes of bicycles. It is just the coolest thing. And the support along the side from the start. I mean, we've only just started at the bottom now of Edinburgh Drive. I don't know if you can hear it. Let's head on over. We've got Judith and Rachel. They actually are here every single year. Getting the gears going, but obviously we're at the bottom of the hill and they want to give the cyclists a bit of energy heading up there. Judith! Rachel! Come on. Hey, you're going to run out of air there, man. You are exhausted. Never mind the cyclists. You here every year?
Every year we're here, we're cheering for the cyclists!
But you're a cyclist yourself, eh?
Well,
used to. My husband and I, the other clown up the road, we're on tandem.
Your husband, the other clown. Okay, Rachel, and you just sort of got brought into this whole thing, or you love being part of it?
I also cycle, so I broke my collarbone, so I can't cycle this year. So I thought I'd cheer along while I
Look at you. You're all like looking, the rehab is going well, hey? What a fantastic...
On the side.
I love how the rehab is going. I love the excitement you're bringing to the event. Thank you so much for what you're doing. You go, clowns!
Year in, year out is addicted to the event as these cyclists are. So are those alongside the route. Those who can't ride this year for various reasons, well, they're getting out and supporting and doing what they can. So cool. And this lot just heading towards Muizenberg, I think it is, and going at a gentle pace. Find a group, find some friends, and gets you through the ride a lot faster. There's a sight for you, isn't it? One of the most iconic sights in South African sport. The Cape Town Cycle Tour on Chapman's Peak Drive. Spectacular as it is. Really, really special. These riders heading up at a good pace, going very nicely indeed. This is where the both men's and women's races took serious shape earlier today in the elite races. This is where Dan Loebsch and Henry Geldnys, I think it was, who went up the road initially, and then they were pulled back. Prize giving. Carlo Oberholzer, Joe van der Winkel. Fifth was Joe, fourth Carlo Oberholzer. Vera Loza, the Namibian national champion. And young Shinara Grove, beg your pardon, in second place, was so close to taking the win. He thought maybe she had it, went very early, perhaps as she now will reflect a little too early. And big cheer for a really, really incredible ride today. Tiffany Keep. Riding for the Das Hansling teams, heading to the UK and Europe to ride on the Continental Women's Tour. And she'll take with her, not quite that Carol Boys trophy, I don't think, because that will be a little too much in excess luggage, but that'll adorn her mantelpiece at home, I'm sure. With great pride for the next year, Tiffany Keep. Timing her sprint, that fraction of a second better than that of Sonara Crouvier to take the win. Tiffany Keep, Sonara Crouvier, Vera Loza, Carlo Wilson, Joe van der Winkel, the top five in the women's in 2024. Well, the ocean is a picture on the right, and the mountains craggy and rugged alongside the riders as they ride through the sun and the shadow of Chapman's Peak. For a number of years, not part of the tour due to the rock falls, and you can see the work being done to prevent those rock falls with those nets in place to catch the rolling rocks. Now, here's a thing. There's a bit of wind coming up. I think this is heading up towards Hospital Bend for the 42-kilometer riders. That's a bit harsh. But that's what it's about. You have to take the weather as it comes and enjoy the ride regardless. It's tough. Those palm trees indicating that these riders are having to deal with a pretty much a headwind. There is another example of the work done to create safety around Chapman's Peak Drive, those overhanging bridges or roofs to prevent the rocks from landing on the road. There's young Zach de Kock going through a picture there in his third cycle tour, having done approximately 23 kilometers of training this year. And the rest of them rolling through this Chapman's Peak here. Taking their time, making sure they don't expend too much energy. They'll get an opportunity to recover on the descent the far side and then roll into Hart Bay and fuel up ahead of Seikabosi. Back with our 42K riders, I think. That's what it's about. It's not a race here. It's about just getting out and enjoying Cape Town. Well, those new to the sport will be coming to grips with the vagaries of the weather. Now, these riders will head out on the blue route, the 42 kilometers route, head out past UCT up through Newlands Forest and Edinburgh Drive, through Constantia, get to the top of the blue route, and they'll turn around and head back again. Chapman's Peak. This is where, if you've done your training, you'll be like that, gentlemen, and starting to wind it up a bit. Others, well, just getting through the gears and making sure you get through the ride without putting in too much effort here. You've still got Seikabosi up the road. No wind here, beautiful. So our top 5 men, that is Luke Moyer, the Cube team. Another fantastic performance by this young man from Cape Town. He's a mountain biker, cross-country racer of the highest order. And he was second at the Joburg 947 last year. And now top 5 in the cycle tour. Jaco Venter, the extreme other end of the experience. On the far side of the Mad Max, the 38-year-old has ridden all 3 Grand Tours and the monuments as well. Alan Hatherley alongside Luke Moyer. Perhaps there is the future of South Africa's cross-country mountain biking. Hatherley eyeing out the Olympics this year. Charlie Aldrich, his teammate, an under-23 world champion in the cross-country. Cannondale Factory Racing in second place. And a quite extraordinary performance by Kent Main. RKC Collective, their first year in existence, a 4-rider team. They have the previous winner of the tour in Chris Euster in their lineup, Ruin Deploy and Keelan Rutt, the other 2. But this is without question the proudest moment of Kent Main's life. He did win a stage of the Tour of Wonder mountain stage a couple of years ago. That was a big moment for him. But this, surely, with the team that he's created and behind, he'll be absolutely thrilled with that. And so he should be. What a performance. He soloed away from a very, very powerful group of 8 riders and took his gamble and made it pay. And he managed to hold on to take the win, Kent Main. Well done, Kent Main. So he's celebrating a fantastic performance there as the back end of the field make their way up the little chappies with Nuruk Beach to their left and Komiki, the lighthouse, further out away back there. That's good. That gentleman eating, they've just passed through the water point. There's a man on an e-bike, many of those on the route, of course. Very much part and parcel of this wonderful sport of cycling are the e-bikers. There's space for everyone on the roads and trails in South Africa. Feeling strong, just keep going. Steady as you like. Right, Cape Town Cycle Tour Trust is the organisation that puts all this together. And the new chairperson is Madeleine van Heerden. Let's hear from her.
So the history of the Cape Town Cycle Tour Trust is quite interesting, and I would recommend everyone to go and read it on the website. But it all started back in 1977 with a basic breakfast. But from the beginning it was clear it should be a celebration of cycling and for all cyclists. So Cape Town Cycle Tour Trust consists of trustees, half of it PPA, Pedal Power Association, and half of it Rotary. But it's so much more about the trust. It's a Cape Town, in actual fact, a Western Cape effect. It is the volunteers, the employees, the event sponsors, local businesses, communities and their municipalities, the government, city, metro, police, traffic, and most important, supporters and riders. We all come together and we form this huge community to put on this amazing event in order to achieve the goal, which is to change people's lives through the various chosen charities, PPA and Rotary. Yes, no, I'm super excited. It's going to be an amazing event. It's an iconic event. And yeah, all the people coming out, celebrating cycling, celebrate the iconic city. Yeah, very excited. The route, the roads are smooth, the climbs are great, the views are spectacular, the crowds along the route and the atmosphere. It's just amazing to cycle along the vast and beautiful coastline, and it's an amazing experience. And I think that is what cyclists comes back for year after year. No, I think it's just to enjoy it and take it in. It's a privilege to ride 109 kilometers with complete road closure. Yeah, no, so it's just, you must enjoy the ride, meet fellow cyclists, and it's all about helping other people, changing people's lives. This is what this race is all about.
Yeah, it is indeed a fantastic fit for Standard Bank. We partner our customers for growth, and this is a fantastic opportunity to be out here in Cape Town, celebrating a beautiful event, sharing a beautiful event, and collaborate into something really special where we can meet with our customers, we can understand the market better. At Standard Bank, we're dedicated to partner with our clients for growth. This Cape Town Cycle Tour gives us the most fantastic opportunity to exactly showcase our involvement in the local communities and how we support the local communities from a Standard Bank perspective. Yeah, cycling is hard work. It is definitely a very firm goal setting. You have to prepare well. And there's a lot of learnings out of the cycling world that Standard Bank also resonates as a business, and how we really understand the world of the cyclist and the preparation and perseverance that goes into this. We daily also working with our clients, and we experience their dedication, perseverance in the business environment, and how effective they are in working with us, working with the bank, and how we collaborate together in making a massive contribution to our local economy and to our local communities within the Western Cape. And I think it's a real privilege for Standard Bank to partner with clients, partner with people in their personal capacities, business and communities to really celebrate something special for you as a cyclist to achieve your personal goal.
I think the amount of people that participate in the cycle race and the different categories that it has to offer for all different levels of cyclists is really exciting. And obviously, I mean, we see a lot of increase in volume, car rental over this weekend, a lot of people renting cars, and also staying on a little bit longer to enjoy the beautiful city of Cape Town. This is our second year that we've been official partner to the Cape Town Cycle Tour. So we've got an activation at the Cape Town International Airport here at the Expo, and then on Sunday we've got a water point on Seikabosi. So hydrating the cyclists during their cycle race. Got a great vibe going on there, a lot of loud music. We've got great support from our team as well. So we'll be cheering the cyclists on at that point, because I know it is probably a tough uphill cycle. So yeah, we'll get the cyclists through. Yeah, so we sponsoring about 70 vehicles to Cape Town Cycle Tour, and the involvement of those vehicles is right from supporting through the event, as well as the support for the lead cyclists on the day as well. So it's, there's pre and post our support of sponsored vehicles to the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Well, MediClinic and ER24 have a historic legacy with this event, and we are indeed proud to be affiliated as the official medical partner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. The emergency medical component for the Cape Town Cycle Tour involves three primary components. The first one being the transport of the distressed patient, including more than 65 ambulances along the route, response vehicles, motorbikes, medics on foot that'll be governing every single inch of this route. And that means we need good emergency medical service providers. There are over 10 providers involved with this race that are supporting MediClinic and ER24 along the route. The second component are the dedicated medical treatment points along the route, both the 109 and the 42-kilometer routes, which comprise MediClinic doctors or nurses ready to receive, listen to your complaint, and then direct you accordingly. And then, of course, there's the major race intent hospital, which is at the finish, where we are equipped with a 20-bed hospital and a 4-bed ICU to treat people on different levels of care before stabilizing and transferring them to a definitive care of the nearing surrounding supporting hospitals. In utilizing these three components, we have to coordinate all these mechanisms and movements, and where that's done is from the VOC. That's the operations center that's got a bird's eye view of the entire race course, where we have the head of medical, call and dispatch and command and control, head of police, traffic, weather, fire, etc., all sitting together, coordinating this incredible machine, which is the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Guy and Rob, twins at the top of Chappies here. You guys are having a good day out, by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's been really good. A bit windy up to Sea Point, but it's blown us all the way here. We need to be cautious down here, but almost home.
And Rob, how many have you guys done together?
3 or 4, I think. Yeah. But he's always quicker, so he pulls me along.
Who's the elder? Who's the elder statesman here?
He is. He's 10 minutes older than me, so he's always got to be in front, which is cool.
And tell me, you got your crew here. You riding for the NSRI?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm one of the crew members at Hart Bay Station 8, and yeah, this part of the crew, station commander, and yeah, doing good things for the public.
So, being stationed at Hart Bay, you clearly ride Chappies quite a lot. So now downhill from here.
Exactly. Yeah, all good from here.
And that beer at the end is obviously going to taste pretty good. And toast your brother.
It's going to be superb. Always a great occasion. Once a year we do this event with my twin brother. Beautiful.
Well, enjoy the rest. Beautiful view and a tailwind all the way down.
Let's hope so. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Well, beautiful sights and sounds of the Cape Town cycle tour. A bit windy, as you heard that gentleman say as they were coming around the other side, but it's blown them along. So it's been a tailwind going up Seikabosi. How stunning is that from up Lions Head way over Camps Bay? Truly spectacular sights around the Western Cape. The route snakes along the coastline all the way, hugging this Atlantic seaboard, giving riders the the twin sights of the mountains, the 12 Apostles on their right-hand side as they come around from Llandudno, and the beautiful Atlantic Ocean on their left, and the finish line ahead of them. Camps Bay Beach. Chilly to swim at, but just a stunning sight. No doubt these riders would welcome a little dip in the ocean right now as they toil up the second last of the climbs that they have to deal with today. This is Chapman's Peak Drive. Still to come Seikabosi as they leave Hart Bay, just down the other end there. Well, over 700 tandems in here on this ride. There are, well, so many different categories and types of riders. The tandems are very much part of it, but we even had 4 under-13s taking part in the event, and a couple of unicycles as well. And at the other end of the age spectrum, just one rider between the ages of 90 and 94. Quite extraordinary. So let's go out onto the route and gauge the vibe and the atmosphere and the mood amongst the riders and spectators with Dion Bing.
Well, we're at the next water point, just come past the tidal pools. People are swimming, people are enjoying the weather, the wind has died. Emily, how lekker is it to see the sea after coming from the Free State?
Oh, it's very lekker. We're going to swim afterwards. So yeah, we're very exciting. We're waiting for the rest, but it's lekker here at the August.
Okay, you tell me you're going to swim. Obviously, we finish off sort of Cape Town, Camps Bay, Sea Point side. Have you been in the Atlantic?
Yes, we've been there a couple times. It's my 10th August.
And you love the cold water?
Love it.
But now, I've seen a lot of you and your team that have come down. You've got all this sort of glowing stuff coming out of your helmets. What's that about?
It means, hoe groter die bal, hoe harder die horing.
Well, I'm sure you can translate that. Will you go? Get out there, gooi millies, and do your best. Thanks, Inali. Enjoy it. Have a great day. Yeah, I know we've got people from around the country. We've seen people from around the world. Would you like me to keep walking around and just chatting to people? Wow, I'll work it out. I'll do a Google Translate or something like that. Let's check the water station. Have you had a good fill up there? How's it going?
Suffering a bit, but lovely, I promise you. Yeah. It's a nice drive. I'm looking forward to Seikabosi, and I'm looking forward to Chappies. Yeah, so yeah, it's going well, and yeah.
But isn't it beautiful? You've done that blue route. It's a bit of like a long stretch and what's happening, and you come around and you see the sea for the first time. Have another slick there. Go for it. Yeah.
A bit of coke, and it's wonderful. But Hospital Bend was, just this morning it was hell, I promise you. But I'm enjoying it, and yeah.
No, but I mean, how amazing is it? It was quite windy there. Now we're next to the ocean, and it's beautifully calm in Cork Bay.
And it gives you a bit of vuma again, when you see the ocean. It's very nice, yeah.
And where are you down from?
I'm from Bloemfontein.
Okay.
We are riding for cancer, and this is the 87 Old Grey Group, Grey College in Bloemfontein. We're about 40 cyclists, and yeah, we're enjoying it a lot.
Oh, well done. Thank you for coming all the way down. Thanks for the support of cancer, and also getting our whole spun together so that you can be here.
We appreciate it. Thank you for your time, and it's wonderful to be here.
Enjoy the rest of it. Enjoy it all the way around. Enjoy it all the way around. Look, and you shaking up? What's happening? What's happening? What's in there? Muti.
The secret juice.
and the perpetuum.
Oh, really? No, I thought it was a little bit of the stuff that they test you for, but it's not. It's all clean. All you flying through there. How's it been going so far?
It's amazing. It's so spectacular. Coming all the way from Canada, actually. So
from where?
Canada.
Come on! That's a
Gaan stop op bo. Gaan stop op die uitkypunt.
Well, the riders taking on the 42K now, heading past the University of Cape Town, and they've got a bit of a wind to deal with, but that's part of what makes the cycle tour a challenge. You get wind one side, and you'll get this beautiful, calm, and serene conditions on the other side as they come around the Atlantic seaboard. So that's the sights and the sounds of the Cape Town cycle tour. So now let's hear from a man who's been working tirelessly year in and year out to get the cycle tour as smooth and as slick and as efficient as possible, and he does so every year. It's the Cape Town Cycle Tour race director, David Bellairs.
There's a whole team doing a whole lot of work. It's wonderful. No, we've got an amazing team that put this thing on. It is a superhuman effort from an incredible bunch of people, and I'm eternally grateful just to be part of that little group. So very chuffed.
Not just about 30,000 riders riding in the two different races, but also about our top elite riders. They were extremely happy with how things went today, and it's hard to impress elite riders. You must be happy with your team.
I'm very pleased with the way it went in the elite race. I really am. Wonderful to see Tiffany keep taking the win. Incredible to see Kent Main getting away, 7-8 Ks out. I haven't seen a breakaway finish at the cycle tour now for, I can't remember how long. I mean, it's been years. For him to get away from the bunch like that and stay away was a phenomenal effort. So huge kudos to him. And lovely to have last year's team taking the title again, Chris Eusta's teammate. So yeah, the team have been out of their boots. And I think it'd be remiss of me not to thank some of the really big key partners. And the City of Cape Town, the provincial government of the Western Cape, were out this morning at 5 a.m. filling potholes that we'd identified that had developed as a result of the rain. That doesn't happen in other cities. It doesn't happen in other provinces, but it happens here. And I cannot thank the provincial government and the City of Cape Town for the incredible support they give this event. It's hard to imagine the depths and lengths and breadths that they go to Powerade. These elites wouldn't have stopped at the water points around the route, but when you stop and see how many water points there are, I was at their depot last night at 11 o'clock when the trucks rolled out. There were 30 interlinks that rolled out with equipment on board, with teams that are going to work through the night, right the way through to 5 o'clock this afternoon, only then pack up and take their stuff back in. So Powerade, Coca-Cola, Peninsula Beverages, again, this event wouldn't happen without them. And then new to the party this year, and we're really excited about it. Standerbank and Liberty have come on board. They got their foot in the water, and we'll have some big discussions with them afterwards, but very exciting to have them with us. And we're certainly hoping we can grow that relationship into the future. So to them for having faith in this event and coming on the journey.
Yeah, it was great to have Stefan van der Merwe start one of the groups for us this morning. But you were talking about that relationship with the city. You had the Premier and the Mayor, the Premier of the Western Cape and the Mayor of the City of Cape Town starting the race and then riding the race as well.
Well, it's phenomenal because a year ago, Jordan managed to get through the 42-kilometre just. He's now out riding the 109. So we've got the MECs, we've got MACO members from the City of Cape Town. It's become a thing in the city and the province that's cycling, and it's led from the top. So we've got the MEC for Arts, Sports and Culture, we've got the MEC of Safety and Security, we've got the MEC of Transport, the Department of Mobility. It's just lovely to see them embracing the event. And an event, as I say, that is giving back to community, it's giving back to the city. It's not a commercial undertaking. It is about doing good. And that's what makes it so special for us as a team to be part of it, is that it's, yes, we're doing a job of work, but we're doing a job of work that makes us feel really good.
Right. Talk about some of those statistics. An estimated 500 million rand is generated throughout the weekend, goes back into the economy. Talking about some of those InBev numbers, 100,000 litres of Coca-Cola, 100,000 litres of Powerade, like 10 tons or 100 tons of ice that is out on the course as well. It's a mammoth organization.
It's very difficult to put into words what we witnessed last night at Peninsula Beverages. It's for somebody that's riding around the route, you see a water point. I don't see a water point. I see a crew of volunteers from Peninsula Beverages. These people are not paid to do that work. They do it as part of a team building, a geest thing. And it's massive. I mean, there was a team talk with the drivers, and when I say 30 interlinks, I'm not kidding. There are 30 massive interlinks that are loaded, each with 1,000 litres of water, 1,000 litres of Powerade. We worked out last night that there's effectively 3.5 litres of product available for every rider riding the route today. So at least a minimum of 3.5 litres of product. And on top of that, there's the ice to make sure that it's cold. The water was sitting on ice for 24 hours, so by the time the riders stop and get it, the Powerade and the water is ice cold. And that makes the experience for the participant that much better. And I think it would be remiss of me not to thank the residents of the City of Cape Town, because this event is the residents of the City of Cape Town. They come out in their masses, they support it at the side of the road. There's impromptu bands in Cork Bay, some old hippies that have been playing that thing for years, and we're eternally grateful to these people that come out and make the experience for the upcountry visitors, our international visitors, so much nicer.
Yeah, 34 nations represented at the Cape Town Cycle Tour this year. Lastly, Cape Town is showing off today. The weather's been amazing. It's just a perfect day for riding.
It's beautiful. I mean, I go to bed every Saturday night before the cycle tour for the last 33 years with trepidation. I wake up in the morning dead scared to open the window and see what's happening outside. And today's been spectacular. We know there's a bit of breeze out towards Cape Point, so it's going to be tough for some of the riders. But that breeze will be blowing them home, so that's a good thing. But it has. I mean, if you looked at the start this morning and if you look at the start here, the finish at Green Point, it is a glorious day. So we're very pleased. I'm pleased for the team that's delivering this, because it's nice to be rewarded with some decent weather and some happy cyclists.
Lots of smiles, and I tell you what, Cape Town Cycle Tour likes the backdrops. This morning we had Table Mountain, now we've got the beautiful Cape Town International Stadium. Dave Bellez, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're obviously all got all the cycling devices here and the latest wearables. Very happy to be able to service all the cyclists here in Cape Town, everywhere from abroad. Pretty exciting to see the amount of people that's come through on day 2 of Cycle Tour. Hopefully it continues throughout the rest of the weekend. We brought out two new units. That's the upgrades of a couple of years ago. So 840 and the 540 is the two latest units. Big difference being the one being button operated, the other one touchscreen. Also have both in a solar and a non-solar variant. Data that you can expect from that is stuff like hill assist, obviously distance gradients, everything can load maps, and you have color screens. So a big upgrade from what we've had in the past, and continue to have the best in the market at this stage. Yeah, that's a question we've seen a lot so far over the expo. Everyone wants the route map. It does help cyclists quite a lot, especially the entry levels and the novice, to know how far you are to the next water point or a medic station. But more than happy to service everyone here. We're very excited about where we're going with the watches at this stage. Obviously everyone knows Phoenix is the go-to at this stage, but not a lot of people know about Epix. So Epix is like the latest and greatest we brought out, along with the 7X, Phoenix 7X. Epix is just with an AMOLED screen, so very high definition screen quality color on that device, still with an incredible battery life. So that's kind of the two main rivals at this stage, I think, in our wearable category, between Phoenix and Epix. So it's cool to see people battle it out between the AMOLED screen or the battery life.
Because we are the tourism trade and investment agency for Cape Town and the Western Cape, tourism is a very big focus for us. I'm in the leisure unit, so we look after tourism and tourism promotion as a whole. And we support a lot of the jewel events and small events in our regions as well because of the economic impact that it has on our economy. what it gives back to the community as well, and also naturally the environmental aspect of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. So sustainability is very big for us as an agency across the board. So it makes sense for us to come on board as a destination partner and actually partner with the Cape Town Cycle Tour every year, which we've done for the last few years. So yeah, no, we're excited to be one of the sponsors again this year. So the route is beautiful in itself, and especially if you're first time in Cape Town, it's a great way to see the city, over and above like competing in the competition. But I mean, Cape Town is beautiful, but regional spread is very important to us. So we've developed a initiative, the Western Cape government back in 2019, called Cape Cycle Routes. So again, cycling being a very, very big initiative and visitor experience for us. So we promote cycling and regional spread, and actually bikepacking and exploring the destination on a bike. So it allows you to meet with the community. It allows you to experience unique experiences in the destination, and it takes you to places that's a little bit off the beaten track. So cycling allows for that. Naturally, the Cape Town Cycle Tour attracts people from all over the world, as well as South Africans. So as soon as you compete, or once you've completed your Cape Town Cycle Tour race, explore the region, go out into our districts, discover what we have to offer. Because I mean, you can cycle, you can pair that with wine, you can cycle and pair that with your culture and heritage aspects. So there's really lots to see within our destination.
So beautiful scenes and sights around the Western Cape as the Cape Town Cycle Tour in 2024 continues to deliver on drama, excitement and experience. And that's what it's about for some 22,000 riders have taken on one of the three distances, the majority doing the 109 classic distance. The 78 is the shorter distance for the under-17s and the women, and then the 42 for those just cutting their teeth and getting into the sport. Brendan Lowson joins me here. Brendan, you were on the motorbike out front there with the lead race, or the lead men all the way through. What a race it was.
What a race it was, Gerald. And to be honest, there were going to be two types of people riding out today in that elite field. One was the people that had the sponsors, and two were the people that were fighting for the sponsors. And that's exactly what we saw from RKC Collective. We saw a lot of the guys, obviously the Cannondale, the Honeycombs, the guys that have got the money, got the budget, they have the KPIs, so the riders know they need to deliver. However, some people need to put food on the table, and we saw that, and it was such a great result.
I mean, that group coming to the line, coming around the Atlantic seaboard, had power in it, had some heavyweights in it. The Alex Millers, the Mark Pritsons, Hatherley, Aldrich. These are serious heavy hitters when it comes to the finish. Kent Main is a man with endurance and climbing ability, but he knew he wasn't going to win a sprint.
Well, that's what surprised me, especially on the bike. I said, if Kent wants to go, he needs to go now. And, you're talking 2 minutes later, Kent decides to put the pedal to the metal and go. And I thought, why would someone leave him? And not even that, on a downhill, they left him. And it boded well for Kent. It was just absolutely fantastic. Riding with, or being a part of the team that he was with last year, was so nice to see. Winning Gauteng's, and he's comes with a lot of history. He goes to other races, and he's a really good celebrity. So it's fantastic to see.
Were you surprised that no one went after him?
I was very surprised. When no one went, I was extremely surprised, because that is his core. His core is to go out far.
And it's not as if he's an ordinary rider when it comes to going on his own. He knows how to do it. He knows how to and he showed it just perfectly there in soloing to victory in a glorious fashion. Let's go to Dion Bing out on the route.
Sort of thing. You look like you run the surf, and having a little pint going there, and the rest of the team, more sort of health drinks, little cloudy pear juice. What's in the cloudy pear juice?
Cloudy pear and water and ice.
So you here for like the whole little cycle coming past, and then you're going to take a slow walk back to Fisher.
Take a slow walk back at some point. Yeah, but
And what are you chilling with? Have you already had your double?
I've already had my Jack Black half, actually, so don't judge me either.
There is no judgment. There's no judgment. It's a Sunday. It's a hot day. It's a nice ice cold pint. Nothing wrong with it. And you know what? We totally appreciate your support being here.
Thank you so much, man. Thanks for helping us out and putting this on. It's a good vibe. The community loves it. Yeah, it's awesome.
No, and we love you supporting it as well. So keep doing what you're doing. We'll see you here next year. Thanks so much. Thanks, Steve. Thanks. We're going to keep on rolling down. How's everybody? We're checking. Oh, come on. There's just a whole mix of stuff going on down here. Hey, this is special, like a little orange drink. What's that?
Ooh, Aperol Spritz.
And it's
a little bit of alcohol in there.
just a little. And we got an orange juice.
Do you want to speak to her quickly?
Absolutely. Good morning.
Morning.
She's a bit camera shy.
There's no Aperol Spritz for you. You saw that beautiful orange drink and it was like, no. You know what? Yeah, that's the smile I'm looking for. Are you here to support?
She's like, yeah, totally. I'm loving this.
That's amazing. Any other words you've learned so far?
Dad is my first word.
And next word, what can you tell me about the cycle tour, little one?
Oh, I'm going to be a big cyclist one day.
That's amazing. A big cyclist.
So more on the waves. We're going to surf more than we're going to cycle.
I think surfing and cycling is a great mix, hey? So we'll see you in the water on a water bicycle.
Sharper.
That's amazing. Thanks so much. What an awesome interview. Enjoy your Aperols, enjoy your orange juices. I'm moving down here. It's like an amazing little start to the morning, hey? Is it like every Sunday like this? Or is it every day like this?
No, it's just such a vibe here. I feel like it's the Gears watching the Argus and everyone coming to support. It's amazing.
But you know what? You talk about the Gears coming through. You are the Gears. You're the people. You bring the Gears, eh?
Yes, we do. With a pizza in our hand. 10:30 in the morning.
No. It's absolutely great. It's absolutely great. We've got folk at the back there. We're going to move on through. Are you happy to chat to me? It's actually super quiet in Kalk Bay at the moment because all the cyclists are coming through. So, I mean, you're just going to chill for the morning.
Well, it's the Gears that brought us here, you know, the energy along the way, which is we kept walking. We weren't supposed to be here even, but we kept going. And it's so contagious that my husband has promised he's doing it next year. So I want it on camera.
We have it on camera. You are streaming live, and we will see you here, not here, on a bicycle next year.
Yeah, next year, hopefully I will do it.
Looking forward to it. Good luck, eh? Cheers. Enjoy the coffee. Cheers. We're going to head back, get on the road.
Just Dion, he's meeting all and sundry, and well, it's just that's what it is, isn't it? You stand alongside there. You were on the bike, and I'm sure even there you can feel the vibe. Although with the elites, it's not as crowded and busy just then, but the vibe is amazing.
The vibe is incredible. The amount of fans that are waiting, you know, people, loved ones, everyone kind of knows someone who's an elite cyclist or a friend of a friend. And you always want to say, oh, that's the guy. But it really is incredible just to watch the guys have their phones out, screaming, cheering. The mother city really did shine bright today.
So that break went very early today. The first big break of the day went very early, and we at one stage we'd heard 2 minutes and 15 seconds clear. Did you see the chase closing in, and who was doing all the work there?
So I did see the riders of 6 Breakaway. Tiens van der Bank was really crucial in that.
Yeah.
And Tiens obviously is an age grouper, but a strong rider that of. Yeah, so, and it was really, really good. And when that was brought back, obviously Dan Loebscher tried to go for it. And it was just incredible to watch that. So, it was really good.
Well, Dan likes to do that, go on his own and try and solo away. Now, as we've been talking about, the ride of the day in the men's race was undoubtedly that of Kent Main, who escaped in the last couple of kilometres and managed to hold off the marauding chasers behind him, who were a litany of the best riders you can imagine, and Kent picked up perhaps the biggest win of his career. Let's hear from the RKC Collective rider right now.
Edition of the Cape Town Cycle Tour on an absolutely beautiful day. We started with the elite riders this morning at 6:15, and Kent Main is the man who's pulled it out today. How are you feeling?
I've got goosebumps. I don't know. It's amazing feeling. It was a super hard race from Smithswinkel, and yeah, we only got a team of 4, and I was a bit isolated, but it actually worked in our favor. Super hard race, and I don't actually know what to say.
Lining up against a 4-time champion of Nolan Hopman. It's been a couple of years since he's run, but he's always formidable. Was that in the back of your head who you were riding against, or were you just like, I'm here, I'm going to have fun?
Yeah, I think obviously always you line up the competition the night before and you think who's on good form. We just came from the Tour de Cap in Paarl this week, so most of the guys racing there were racing here. The Cannondale boys, the mountain bikers, super strong. I mean, you got world champs there and guys on the top level of the world. Then teams like Honeycomb were 9 people strong, including their veterans riders. And then Nolan, obviously a great rider. I looked up to him when I was growing up, and he's still racing at his older age, and he's an inspiration to many. So it's such a great event, and to be racing against such a good field is amazing.
You got to love it when 38 is considered old age. Kent, let's just talk about it. What point in the race did you think, hang on, we have a shot at this, or was it down to the wire?
So yeah, we're a small team. We're only 4 riders, so we had to play our cards very carefully. I don't think you would have seen us too much in the beginning. We're just a team that's pretty much self-funded as well. So we're racing on passion, and we want to really just race because we enjoy it. So going over Smithswinkel, we already isolated. It was just myself and Chris Justerlef, the champion from last year, and he knows these roads backwards, and he kept me safe and kept me calm. And going over before Seikabossi, actually, we went right to the front. There was a bit of a crosswind, and the race was pretty much lit up since there. Going over Seikabossi, the bunch reduced quite a bit, and I was outnumbered. I mean, there was 2 Cannondale, there was Jaco Fence had a teammate there, there was multiple guys there. So I thought, I'm not going to beat any of these guys in the sprints, to be honest, so I got nothing to lose. The only little bump left is Camps Bay, so I actually thought I messed it up a bit. I rolled through the front of the bunch at the bottom of the climb, and I thought, I'm too far forward. And then I caught them off guard on the other side of the road, and I think they hesitated for 2 seconds, and so close to the finish line, I just put my head down.
Yeah, there's always a bit of doubt when you're breaking away and thinking, have I got enough road? Have I got enough in the legs? The largest time cycle tour in the world, mass participation, 30,000 riders coming first. It must feel good. Just give me your finish line emotions, and then we'll let you go and relax.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I kept looking back the whole time. I thought, they have to start closing me. They have to start closing me. And I looked back, and because the roads are quite twisty, and along the coast there, that beautiful section through Bantry Bay, they lose you. So as soon as I think they can't see you, they get despondent, and they leave a gap a bit. And then when I got to about 2Ks to go, I looked back, and I couldn't see anything. And I thought, okay, for them to close this now, I have to either puncture, crash, or something drastic has to happen. And yeah, I just kept digging as deep as I could go. And I think I only really believed I had it from when the cars turned off here by the finish line. I think it was like 500 meters to go or something. And then I could really soak it up and just enjoy it.
Well, you didn't look nervous at all. There were plenty of smiles on the finish line, little fist bump there at the end, and the adulation of the crowd. Our 2022 men's elite champion at the 46th edition of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Thank you, Kent.
Thank you so much. Thanks to Cape Town Cycle Tour, great event. We got the pressure on our backs now. I mean, we won it the last 2 years, so we'll be back next year, and we can't wait for it.
No more self-funded. No more self-funded. Get behind this team. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Ken Main, champion in 2024. Fantastic performance by Kent there. Yeah, I mean, it's a long while since we've had a solo win like that, escaping. But if anyone was going to do it, it was him. But it still took an enormous amount of courage to do it, knowing the firepower that was behind him.
100%. There's a lot of firepower behind him, a lot of great riders. But also, if we look at last year's team with Kent, he was bringing that back. He was trying to bring the peloton back, and he just couldn't do it. He was really, it seems like what a nice turnaround to have. You know, it's almost a cherry on top of a cake, because you know they've went from a great DMS team to RKC Collective. They are self-funded, and it just shows. You know, you want to put the bread on the table, and Kent's definitely done that for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're a small team. Chris and Ruan Deploy and Keelan Root and Kent. but they're pretty proactive on social media and getting out there and making their presence felt and engaging with people, getting people to come and join them on rides, and it's a really cool. I mean, and Ken mentioned it. He's just passionate, wanting to ride his bike, and that's what it comes down to.
Most definitely. I mean, passion is the one team that forms this team in a sense. They're not just riders. Chris Yerster does bike fittings. Ruan and Kent are coaching, and Keenan is just really, like as you say, proactive. You know, he will always make sure that the accommodation's booked. And working with them last year was an absolute pleasure. It was really was. They were always proactive about everything.
Would this, you know, it should. We're hoping it should attract some form of interest from a sponsor or two.
Yeah, I'm hoping so, and I hope it is a big sponsor. I hope it's not just coffees and have a good one. We love the coffee ride. We love having a coffee ride with them, and they really are good. They don't mind riding at 20 kilometers an hour. They're amazing like that. They know that it feeds them, but at the end of the day, riding is their passion, but it also is their job.
Yeah, that's the key. Not so these people. But this is a passion. These people are doing it because they love it. They want to be out here, and they'll be out here for twice as long as Kent Main was out there, and twice as long as Tiffany Keep was out there. What a race that was. 4 riders in the women's group as they came to the line. Tiffany Keep just getting half a wheel ahead of Shannara Grove, as well as Carlo Oberholzer and Vera Lawser in that 4-rider group. Let's hear from the 2024 Women's Elite Champion, Tiffany Keep.
What an incredible women's race we had today with a sprint finish, and the lady who made it work was Tiffany Keep, our 2024 Cape Town Cycle Tour Women's Elite Champion. Tiffany, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So I've spoken to the other ladies who were part of that sprint, and they said it felt like you just had more legs than they did. Is that how it felt to you?
Yeah, I was super excited for this race today, and I woke up feeling really motivated, and I could feel on the climbs that I was on a good day. And anyone who competes in cycling knows that 9 out of 10 days are not going to be great when you work really hard for the 1 out of 10 times that you have a good day. Today was one of those days, and I just said to myself, even in the sprints, like, you got to do this, like, you got to take this today. And so yeah, I was super stoked that I could get the win.
My next question is, a sprint finish is one of the most exciting things in cycling to witness as a spectator. As a rider, it must be incredible adrenaline pumping through your veins.
No, it is. A sprint finish, especially if you come in with a big bunch, is quite nerve-wracking at times, but I've come to really enjoy them, it's quite a craft to fine-tune and get used to when to go and timing and where to position yourself. There's a whole lot of moving parts, but when it all comes together, it's extremely satisfying.
Yeah, it's a skill. I was actually going to say it's a skill, that sprint finish, because there's so many things happening all at once that you have to navigate. But you did it, you got through underneath the arch, and the announcer said, congratulations, you're the winner. How did that feel?
Oh, absolutely insane. I mean, I didn't know for sure if I'd won at first. They had to look at the photo to confirm, so it was very much up in the air, and I really celebrated, so it would have been a bit embarrassing if I didn't win. But I kind of knew when I saw across the line, my tyre was just ahead, and that was enough for me. And yeah, absolute elation. Like, it's been a bit of a challenging past month. I didn't have the national champs that I was hoping to, and so to come to this race and really clap it it just feels incredible.
Well, I think you've redeemed that national champs with a big smile today. Lastly, your impressions of the whole day, of the whole weekend, from the Life Cycle Tour Expo to the starts this morning, the crowd along the way, the crowd at the finish line. What's your impression?
Oh, this race is always such a highlight of the year. I look forward to it every year. I've had many different experiences at this race, from miscalculating where the finish line was to crashing, having mechanicals, having good days, bad days, and that all makes for the beautiful part that it is, that makes up cycling. And it's always such a vibe, and the whole weekend is a vibe, even at the expo when you come and collect your race numbers and get to chat to everyone and finish in a beautiful part of the world. So yeah, for sure it's a highlight, and I love coming back to this race every year.
Well, from miscalculating, crashing, having bad days to winning, Tiffany Keep, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Our two winners, Kent Main, and that was Tiffany Keep. Cherish the win. Enjoy it, celebrate it. They all know, these riders, the pro cyclists particularly, you lose more than you win. And so when you do win, really, really enjoy it. Richly, richly deserved. But then again, in this event, there are 26,000 winners, because every single one who finishes this event's a winner in some day, isn't it?
That's it. And I think what a lot of people kind of forget is that behind a winner that is today, and not just the guys and the elite people, but the single-handed people and people like we're seeing now, is behind them is a family that supports them, that loves them. It's the training, it's the waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, and then we go to the elite. I mean, this is the first time I haven't filled bottles at 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, it's no sleep at all, and it really is a hard task. And to see people come away over that finish line, no matter who you are definitely a winner.
Well, these winners are making their way up at Chapman's Peak at the moment, part of this incredible family of 26,000. And their supporters along the roadside. How cool. Sitting and watching the riders come through, no doubt being inspired by it. Hope you've been inspired by what you've seen today, to get on your bikes if you don't already, and come out and join us next year or next week even. Just get on your bike or get a bike and come and ride. There is simply nothing better than riding your bike, be it on these quiet and closed roads. Admittedly a privilege to do so on a day like today, or on a trail or a farm road. Get out there and be part of this incredible journey. Brendan, thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks.
Good luck. You're going to be riding.
Yeah, I think I definitely will ride. There's a couple of rides that are going to come my way, and I think we will ride with a couple of the guys, whether they're elite or just your hometown heroes. Why not?
Absolutely. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. Good luck to all our riders still out there now, making their way to the finish, and they'll be finishing late this afternoon, but finishing with as broad a smile as our two winners today, Tiffany Keep and Kent Main. Congratulations to them. Thanks for joining us until 2025. See you then.